Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Psychology, 4th edition. Narrated by Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad. The time now is 7:56 p.m. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. Chapter 8, Human Development. Chapter outline and learning objectives. Why study human development? LO1, define human development. LO2, outline the 3 long-standing discussions in developmental psychology. LO3, identify several research methods used in the study of human development. Inside the womb. LO4, examine the role genes play in our development. LO5, discuss how genotype and phenotype relate to development. LO6, describe the progression of prenatal development, infants and children. LO7, summarize the physical changes that occur in infancy. LO8, discuss the key elements of Piaget's and Vygotsky's theory of cognitive development. LO9, explain Erikson's theory of psychosocial development up until puberty. The teenage years. LO10, give examples of significant physical changes that occur during adolescence. LO11, summarize Piaget's description of cognitive changes occurring in adolescence. LO12, describe how Erikson explained changes in identity during adolescence. LO13, examine Kohlberg's levels of moral development. LO14, define gender and explain how culture plays a role in its development. Adulthood. LO15, name several of the most important physical changes that occur across adulthood. LO16, identify the most significant cognitive changes that occur across adulthood. LO17, explain some of the socio-emotional changes that occur across adulthood. Why study human development? A disturbing discovery, 2012. At the age of 72, Michael Bornstein could reflect on his life with pride. After immigrating from Poland to Germany and then to the United States at age 10, he set about achieving the American dream, applying himself in school, working odd jobs to pay for college, and earning a PhD paved the way for a long and successful career in pharmaceutical research. Michael and his wife were blessed with 4 children and 11 grandchildren. He had accomplished all that he ever wanted, but there was a piece of himself partly hidden away, a source of incredible loss and sadness he had not fully examined or shared with the world. And because he never tended to this wound, it hadn't fully healed. Michael decided to explore this painful place with the help of his grandson Jake. It was 2012, and Jake was doing a research project on the Holocaust the state-sponsored persecution and murder of European Jews before and during World War II. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, USHMM, 2021. Between 1933 and 1945, German Chancellor Adolf Hitler and his Nazi regime oversaw the killings of 6 million Jews. Between 1933 and 1945, German Chancellor Adolf Hitler and his Nazi regime oversaw the killings of 6 million Jewish people, about 2/3 of Europe's entire Jewish population, USHMM 2021. Jake and the rest of his family knew that Michael was a Holocaust survivor, but they didn't know the whole story. A pivotal moment. Michael Bornstein on the left and his grandson, Jake, on the right. About 12 years ago, Jake asked for help on a project. The topic was the Holocaust, a subject that Michael understood firsthand. This collaboration with Jake would eventually lead Michael to carefully examine his experience as a Holocaust survivor. With the encouragement of Jake and other family members, Michael started opening up. He even considered writing his story with the help of his daughter, Debbie. But he was undecided until he came across a shocking internet post. The author of the post had taken screenshots of a video documenting the liberation of Auschwitz in 1945. Auschwitz was a concentration camp in Poland where 1.1 million people, mainly Jews, were systematically murdered by the Nazis, according to BBC 2020. One of the frames zeroed in on a group of children in striped uniforms. Michael immediately spotted himself, a blond boy with rounded features, pulling up his sleeve to show his prisoner's tattoos. Having seen this footage previously, Michael was not surprised to see his face, but he was shocked and disturbed by the caption, which said something to the effect of, "Pretty healthy children for a death camp." Whoever had posted this image was calling into question a historical event that Michael had experienced firsthand. The littlest survivors. Michael, on the lower right, appears with other child survivors of the Auschwitz concentration camp in Poland. This is a screenshot of footage taken about 1 week after the liberation of Auschwitz. The Soviet army wanted to document what they had seen when they arrived at the camp, so they asked the prisoners to get back in their uniforms for a video shoot. In this frame, Michael and other children are pulling up their sleeves to show their prisoner tattoos, according to Bornstein and Hallenstadt 2020. According to Bornstein and Hallenstadt 2017. Furious, Michael slammed down his laptop. He decided right then and there it was time to tell his story. Note, Michael Bornstein's story is based on our personal communications with him and various passages from the book he co-authored with his daughter Debbie. Bornstein Hallenstadt, Survivors Club, according to Bornstein and Hallenstadt 2017. Unless cited quotations attributed to Michael Bornstein and Debbie Bornstein Hallenstadt are personal communications. 3 categories of change. This chapter will follow the life changes of Michael Bornstein, who has experienced unspeakable horrors and profound personal loss. Despite the adversity, Michael has managed to maintain a positive outlook and create a fulfilling life. His resilience and strength are awe-inspiring. We will learn about Michael's experiences in the war and beyond, and those of his family members. At each step, we will take a close look at physical and psychological development. LO1 define human development. When psychologists use the word development, they are referring to the age-related changes that occur in our bodies, minds, and social functioning from conception to death. The goal of developmental psychology is to examine these changes. Research in developmental psychology helps us understand the struggles and triumphs of human beings as they journey through life. Psychologists study people like Michael, whose life experiences are extraordinary, but they also focus on typical people as it helps them uncover common themes and variations across the lifespan. This chapter homes in on three major categories of developmental change: physical, cognitive, and socio-emotional. Physical development begins the moment a sperm unites with an egg, and it continues until we take our final breath. The physical growth experienced by children and teens is referred to as masturbation. The physical growth experienced by children and teens is referred to as maturation. For the most part, the changes associated with maturation progress in a predictable pattern that is biologically driven and universal across cultures and ethnicities. After maturation, physical changes continue, but not necessarily in a positive or growth direction. Some people, for example, experience vision loss as they age. This is psychologically challenging and requires adjustments to everyday activities and goals, according to Muswinkle ETAL 2020, Schilling ETAL 2016. Changes in memory, problem-solving, decision-making, language, and intelligence all fall under the umbrella of cognitive development. Socio-emotional development refers to social behaviors, emotions, and changes people experience with respect to their relationships and overall disposition. Connections. In the learning chapter, we describe how various types of learning result in changes to behavior. Here we describe maturation, which also causes behavioral changes. Although some activities, such as sitting up independently, appear to be learned, they are biologically driven and thus result from maturation. In this book, we often draw on the biopsychosocial perspective, which recognizes a variety of forces shaping human behavior. We consider the intricate interplay of heredity, neural activity, and hormones, biological factors, learning and personality traits, psychological factors, and family, culture, and media, social factors. Psychologists use the biopsychosocial perspective to understand a range of events occurring across the lifespan. Some study the psychological impact of childbirth. Others examine changes to health and well-being associated with threats like COVID. Just about any phenomenon related to human development can be explored using this approach, according to Diamond ETAL 2020, Melchert 2015, and Saxby 2017. We can sit. Most babies begin sitting up on their own around 6 months. CDC NDA, sitting upright, is one of the milestones of physical development. Although it appears to be learned, this behavior is biologically driven. Maturation tends to follow a predictable pattern, regardless of ethnicity or culture. 3 debates. LO2 outlined the 3 long-standing discussions in developmental psychology. Science is, at its core, a work in progress full of unresolved questions. and areas of disagreement. In developmental psychology, long-standing debates and discussions tend to cluster around three major themes: nature and nurture, stages and continuity, and stability and change. Nature and nurture. Psychologists debate the degree to which heredity, nature, and environment, nurture, influence behavior and development, but few would dispute the important contributions of both. According to Kaufman 2019, January 18th, and Moore 2013, researchers can study a trait like impulsivity, the tendency to act before thinking, to determine how much it results from heredity factors and how much it results from environmental factors. In this particular case, nature and nurture both appear to play a substantial role, according to Anakin ETAL 2015 and Gustafsson ETAL 2020. Connections. In Chapter 1, we introduced the concepts of nature and nurture in our discussion of the ancient philosophers. In the Cognition, Language, and Intelligence chapter, we introduce the concept of heritability, or the degree to which heredity, nature, is responsible for a particular characteristic in a population. Here we examine how nature and nurture influence human development. Stages or continuity. Some aspects of development occur in stages with clear beginning and end points, and others occur through a steady, continuous process. Examples of physical changes that may occur in stages include learning to walk and talk, or developing the physical characteristics of a sexually mature adult. One line of evidence supporting the existence of discrete developmental stages comes to us indirectly through the animal kingdom. Austrian ethologist Konrad Lorenz, 1903 through 1989, documented the imprinting phenomenon, showing that when baby geese hatch, they become attached to the first moving and sound-emitting object they see, whether it's their mother or a nearby human. 1937, page 269. Lorenz made sure he was the first moving creature several goslings saw. As a result, the young geese became permanently attached and followed him as soon as they could stand up and walk. But there appeared to be a limited time frame during which this behavioral change imprinting occurred. During a critical period of development, experiences can lead to new behavior patterns and irreversible changes in brain function, according to Knudsen 2004, Nelson and Gabbard Durham 2020. Unlike baby geese, humans do not exhibit dramatic behavioral changes resulting from experiences that occur during critical periods. However, some researchers hypothesize that there are critical periods for the typical development of vision, attachment, and language, according to Hensch 2004 and Myers 1987 and 2014. He must be my mother. A brood of baby geese follows Konrad Lorenz. The goslings treated Lorenz like a mother because the gooselings treated Lorenz like a mother because he was the first moving and sound emitting object with whom they had contact, according to Lorenz 1937, page 269. As Lorenz discovered, there appears to be a critical period during which this behavioral change called imprinting occurs. While some developmental changes occur in steps, others happen gradually, without clear beginning and end points, according to McAdams and Olson 2010. In other words, they are continuous. Observing a toddler transition into early childhood, you probably won't be able to pinpoint the shift from the terrible twos to the more emotionally self-controlled young child. Similarly, you may not notice the gradual growth of a child you observe on a regular basis. The child is getting taller all the time, perhaps even passing through spurts. Or periods of accelerated growth, but the process is relatively continuous. Stability and change. Yet another debate centers on the degree to which characteristics change across the lifespan. For example, how stable is personality over time and across situations? Some researchers suggest that personality traits identified early in life can be used to predict behaviors across the lifespan. According to A. Tang, ETAL 2020, and Wagner, ETAL 2020. Others report that personality characteristics change as a result of relationships and other experiences. The way we adapt to aging may also influence personality development, according to Candler, ETAL 2015, and Specht, ETAL 2011. 3 designs. Developmental psychologists use a variety of research designs to study differences across age groups and time periods. Infographic 8.1. LO3 identifies several research methods used in the study of human development. A snapshot in time. With the cross-sectional method, we can examine people of different ages at a given point in time. For example, researchers used the cross-sectional method to investigate maladaptive personality traits by dividing their participants into groups according to age and then comparing the presence of these traits across the lifespan, according to Ruiz, ETAL 2020. One advantage of the cross-sectional method is that it can provide a great deal of information quickly. By studying differences across age groups, we don't have to wait for people to get older. However, this approach doesn't tell us whether differences across age groups result from actual development changes or from common experiences within groups, a phenomenon known as the cohort effect. Members of each age group or cohort have lived through similar historical and cultural eras, and these common experiences may be responsible for some disparities across groups. For example, people from Generation X grew up before the internet really took off, while those in Generation Y, aka the millennials, were raised in the area. For example, people from Generation X grew up before the internet really took off, while those in Generation Y, aka the millennials, were raised in the area of smartphones, tablets, and other digital technologies. These different environmental exposures may influence how they think and relate to others. Research connections. In Chapter 1, we describe co-founding variables as unaccounted factors that change in sync with the independent variable, making it very difficult to discern which is causing changes in the dependent variable. Here we consider how a cohort can act as a co-founding variable. Following people over time, researchers can avoid the cohort effect by using the longitudinal method, which follows one group of individuals over a period of time. Curious to find out how decision-making abilities change with age, one team of researchers studied older people spanning ages 60 to 85 over 5 years. After comparing participants' performance at the beginning and end of this period, the researchers concluded that overall, a high level of competence can be preserved in healthy old adulthood, according to Del Messier, ETAL 2020, page 559. But longitudinal studies are difficult to conduct because they require a great deal of money, time, and participant investment. Common challenges include attrition, people dropping out of the same. Common challenges include attrition, people dropping out of the study, and practice effects, people performing better on measures as they get more practice. Best of both worlds, the cross-sectional method, also used by developmental psychologists, is a mixture of longitudinal and cross-sectional methods. Participants are divided into groups and followed over time, so researchers can observe changes in individuals as they age and identify differences across age groups. Researchers used this approach to explore cognitive decline, assigning participants to 5-year age groups and then following them for as long as 28 years, according to Sabia ETAL 2017 and Singh Manuk's ETAL 2012. This method has its own set of drawbacks, however. It is costly and requires many participants, some of whom may drop out before the study. It is costly and requires many participants, some of whom may drop out before the study is complete. Infographic 8.1. The introductory text reads, developmental psychologists use several research methods to study changes that occur with age. Imagine you want to know whether using social media helps protect against feelings of loneliness over time. How would you design a study to measure that? Let's compare methods. 1. Longitudinal. Measure a single group at different points in time. Example, researchers follow a sample of participants, interviewing them every decade for a total of 3 measurements. As they age, participants report lower levels of loneliness than expected. But because the study is longitudinal, we can't eliminate the possibility that this particular group of participants is less lonely because of some historically specific effect. A scale labeled Group 1 shows 3 different years with 3 different age groups: 2005, 20 years old; 2015, 30 years old; 2025, 40 years old. Benefits: can track age-related changes. Problems: measured changes could be specific to the particular group of participants. Takes a long time, leading some participants to drop out before study is complete. 2. Cross-sectional. Measure groups of people of different ages, for example, 20, 40, and 60-year-olds at a single point in time. Example, researchers interview participants in 3 different age groups: 20, 40, and 60-year-olds. The oldest group reports higher levels of loneliness. But because the study is cross-sectional, we can't be sure if this finding reflects a cohort effect, in which differences may be due to age or to common experiences within the group, as opposed to developmental changes in physical, cognitive, or socio-emotional functioning. A scale shows 3 years for different age groups. In 2015, Group 1, 20 years old; Group 2, 40 years old; Group 3, 60 years old. Benefits: allows comparison between age groups, can be completed relatively quickly. Problems: susceptible to cohort effect. Number 3, cross-sectional. Cross-sequential. Measure groups of people of different ages, following them across different points in time. Example, researchers interview participants from 3 age groups every decade for a total of 3 measurements. This results in data showing how social media use and loneliness change within each group as they age. A scale shows 3 sets of 3 years of different age groups: 2005, Group 1, 20 years old, Group 2, 40 years old, and Group 3, 60 years old. 2015, Group 1, 30 years old, Group 2, 50 years old, and Group 3, 70 years old. 2025, Group 1, 40 years old, Group 2, 60 years old, and Group 3, 80 years old. Benefits shows changes within individuals and between groups. Better addresses cohort effect. Problems require substantial resources and many participants. Takes a long time, leading some participants to drop out before study is complete. Show what you know. Question number 1. A 6-month-old infant sits upright without help, and the parents are delighted that their children has reached this physical milestone. Here we have an example of blank, as this change in behavior is biologically driven. The answer is development. A 6-month-old infant sits upright without help, and the parents are delighted that their child has reached this physical milestone. Here we have an example of development, as this change in behavior is biologically driven. Question number 2. Explain the 3 long-standing debates in developmental psychology. Developmental psychologists' long-standing discussions have centered on 3 major themes: stages and continuity, nature and nurture, and stability and change. Each of these themes relates to a basic question. Number 1, Each of these themes relates to a basic question. 1. Does development occur in separate or discrete stages, or is it a steady, continuous process? 2. What are the relative roles of heredity and environment in human development? 3. How stable is one's personality over a lifetime and across situations? 3. A researcher asks 300 participants to take a memory test and then compares the results across 5 different age groups. This researcher is using which of the following methods? A. Cross-sequential, B. Longitudinal, C. Cross-sectional, D. Biopsychosocial. The answer is C. Cross-sectional. A researcher asks 300 participants to take a memory test and then compares the results across 5 different age groups. This researcher is using which of the following methods? Cross-sectional. Inside the womb, a traumatic beginning. World War II started on September 1st, 1939, when Germany invaded Poland. As soon as the Nazis set foot on Polish soil, they began a campaign of terror, directing much of their hatred toward the Jewish population. First came the bombs destroying buildings and homes. Then came the Nazi stormtroopers marching through the streets in their black boots, some of them emboldened by methamphetamine coursing through their veins, according to Andreas 2020 and Bornstein in Hallenstadt 2017. During the first full day of the German occupation, 100 innocent people were murdered in Michael's hometown of Zarki. Men, women, and children were lined up against a wall and told to elevate their arms. Those who dropped their arms in exhaustion were instantly shot. In the weeks following the invasion, the Nazis forced Jewish men and boys to do back-breaking work, beating and executing some in the process. They barged into Jewish homes and pilfered whatever they wished, forbade Jews from praying in synagogues, and punished them with death if they tried to escape the village, according to Bornstein and Hallenstadt, 2017. The beginning of terror. German tanks and troops invade Poland on September 1st, 1939, initiating World War II. This event ushered in a dark new era for Michael's family. It was during this period of extreme upheaval and trauma that Michael Bornstein's life began. Inside the womb of his mother, an embryo no larger than a grain of rice was rapidly developing. What type of person would arise from that embryo, and how would the stress of the war impact its development? To answer these questions, we must first understand the critical role of genes. Let's venture into the cell and discover where these genes dwell. What are chromosomes and genes? LO4 examine the role genes play in our development. With the exception of red blood cells, every cell in the human body has a nucleus at its center. Within this nucleus is material containing the blueprint or plan for building a complete person. This material is coiled tightly into many chromosomes, the thread-like structures inherited from biological parents. Typically, a person has 46 chromosomes, 23 from the mother and 23 from the father. A chromosome contains one molecule of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. In Figure 8.1, a specific section of this DNA molecule is magnified. This section corresponds to a gene, and each person has 20,000 to 25,000 of them, according to Medline Plus 2021, March 22nd. Genes provide the instructions for making proteins that determine a host of physical traits and some aspects of personality. Michael Bornstein has some external traits that seem to have been passed on through his mother's genes. I shared all of my mother's features, with milk-white skin, a mess of dirty blonde curls, and bright blue eyes, rare coloring for a Jew, he writes in Survivor's Club, the book he co-authored with his daughter, Debbie Bornstein Hallenstadt, according to Bornstein and Hallenstadt 2017, page 45. Michael's psychological traits. His indomitable optimism, for example, may have been shaped by his parents' genes too. Even during times of absolute desperation, his mom and dad would hold fast to the Hebrew saying, Gem ze yavor, which means this too shall pass, page 58. Extended description for cell DNA and chromosomes. The illustration on the left shows a rounded cell with a nucleus. A magnified view from inside the nucleus shows an X-shaped chromosome pair. A double helical strand next to it is labeled DNA. A part of the helix is labeled gene. The illustration on the right of a human karyotype shows 23 pairs of chromosomes labeled from 1 to 22, and one pair is labeled X and Y. Figure 8.1, chromosomes, DNA, and genes. Every cell in your body, except red blood cells and reproductive cells, Figure 8.1 chromosomes, DNA, and genes. Every cell in your body except red blood cells and reproductive cells, sperm or egg, contains a full set of chromosomes like the typical composition shown in the photo on the far right. These chromosomes contain the full blueprint for you as a complete, unique person. The primary component of each chromosome is a single, tightly wound molecule of DNA. Your DNA contains 20,000 to 25,000 genes, according to Medline Plus 2021, March 22nd, each determining specific traits such as hair texture and eye color. Note the sex chromosomes X and Y on the lower right, indicating that the sex is male. As noted, a person's chromosomes and all the genes they contain come from their biological parents. In the moment you were conceived, a sperm united with an egg to form a zygote, a single cell that eventually gave rise to the trillions of cells that now make up your body, according to Fashing ETAL 2021 and Hathaway 2021. Twins. In some cases, conception leads to twins or multiples. Identical or monozygotic twins develop when one egg is fertilized by one sperm and then splits, forming two separate zygotes with identical sets of 46 chromosomes. This means they share 100% of their genes at conception. Eventually, these zygotes develop into identical twin infants who have the same sex and almost identical features. Fraternal or dizygotic twins, on the other hand, result when two eggs are fertilized by two different sperm, leading to two different distinct zygotes. Twins and multiples resulting from distinct sperm-egg combinations that is not identical are like other biological siblings. They share around 50% of their genes. The likelihood of a woman giving birth to twins, triplets, or other multiples has increased in recent decades because more people are using assisted reproductive technology, ART. Often ART involves transferring multiple embryos into the womb. If more than one of those embryos survives, the woman may give birth to multiples, according to Sundaram, ETAL 2019. Sex chromosomes. For the sake of simplicity, we will assume that the developing zygote has the typical number of chromosomes, but keep in mind that sex chromosome composition can vary. We will explore some of this diversity shortly. Typically, both sperm and egg contain 23 chromosomes, so the resulting zygote has 23 pairs of chromosomes, or a total of 46. The 23rd pair of chromosomes, also referred to as the sex chromosomes, includes specific instructions for the zygote to develop into a male or female, XX for female and XY for male. This genetic sex depends on the father's sperm, which can contribute either an X or a Y to the 23rd pair. The egg, on the other hand, can only contribute an X. If the sperm carries an X, the genetic sex is XX, and the zygote generally develops into a female. If the sperm carries a Y, the genetic sex is XY, and the zygote typically develops into a male. The sex chromosomes guide the activity of hormones directing the development of reproductive organs and structures, according to Nigun, ETAL 2011. Hormones. Genetic sex is established at conception and remains constant through life. Genetic sex is established at conception and remains constant throughout life. In a genetic male, the presence of the Y chromosome causes the fetal sex glands, also known as gonads, to become testes. If the Y chromosome is not present, as in the case of a genetic female, then the gonads develop into ovaries. according to Koopman, ETAL 2016, and Parivesh, ETAL 2019. Both the testes and ovaries secrete sex hormones that influence the development of reproductive organs. Androgens come from the testes and, to a lesser extent, the ovaries, according to Hammis and Levine, 2019. Testosterone is an androgen that promotes the development of male genitalia, according to Kothandapani, ETAL 2020. Estrogens are produced by the ovaries and, to some degree, the testes. Both androgens and estrogens are produced in other parts of the body and play important roles in the healthy functioning of all human bodies, regardless of sex, according to Hammis and Levine, 2019. Diversity of sex development. In some cases, genes or hormone activity can lead to differences of sex development, according to Sandberg and Gardner, 2022. Differences of sex development or intersex traits refer to congenital conditions in which development of chromosomal, gonadal, or anatomic sex is atypical, according to Lee, ETAL 2006, page E488. This means that the newborn may have characteristics that do not fit neatly into either the male or female category. According to Sandberg and Gardner, 2022, page 203, about 0.5 through 1.3% of people have intersex traits. United Nations Free and Equal ND. These traits are commonly referred to as disorders of sexual development, but this terminology has pathologism. These traits are commonly referred to as disorders of sexual development, but this terminology has pathologistic implications. In other words, it may suggest there are medical problems that need to be fixed, according to Schweizer, ETAL 2014. Intersex traits are naturally occurring variations in biological sex, not disorders or diseases. In some cases, intersex development occurs as a result of atypical hormone activity. For example, a person with androgen insensitivity syndrome is genetically male, XY, but is partly or completely insensitive to androgens. As a result, they are born with external genitalia that look female, male, or ambiguous, according to Gottlieb and Trefiro, 2017. In other cases, intersex traits result from variations in sex chromosomes. A female with Turner syndrome has only one X chromosome as opposed to two X chromosomes. Short stature, ovaries that are not fully developed, and problems with fertility. A male with Klinefelter syndrome has at least one extra X chromosome, XXY, as opposed to the typical XY. Common features include tall stature, breast development, infertility, and underdeveloped sexual organs and secondary sex characteristics, according to Suorsa, Johnson, and Sandberg, 2023A and 2023B. Dominant or recessive genes are behind just about every human trait you can imagine, from height to disease susceptibility to behavior. But remember, you possess two versions of each chromosome one from mom, one from dad, and therefore two of each gene. Sometimes the genes in a pair are identical, both encode dimples, for instance. Other times, the two genes differ, providing dissimilar instructions for development. One encodes dimples, while the other encodes no dimples. Often one gene variant has more influence than the other. This dominant gene governs the expression of the inherited characteristic, overpowering the recessive or subordinate gene in the pair. A recessive gene cannot overcome the influence of a dominant gene. For example, dimples are dominant and no dimples are recessive. If one gene encodes for dimples and the other no dimples, then dimples will be expressed. If both genes encode for no dimples will be expressed. This all sounds relatively straightforward, but it's not. Psychological traits and the genetics behind them are exceedingly complex. Characteristics like creativity and aggression, as well as disorders like autism spectrum disorder, are influenced by multiple genes, a phenomenon known as polygenic inheritance. And most of these genes have yet to be identified. According to Lai ETAL 2020, Quick ETAL 2020, and Rush ETAL 2020. Have a peak. Some traits are determined by the presence of a single dominant gene. The widow's peak or V-shaped hairline is thought to be one of them, according to Chiras 2015. These photos show how the widow's peak trait manifests. These photos show how the widow's peak trait manifests in 4 generations: Michael's father, Michael, Michael's daughter, and Michael's grandson. The first photo shows a young man with a widow's peak of hair on his forehead. The second photo shows a young boy with a widow's peak. The third photo shows a woman and a younger woman pulling her hair back from their foreheads to display their matching widow's peak hairlines. LO5 discuss how genotype and phenotype relate to development. Genotype and phenotype. Remember, most cells in your body have 23 chromosome pairs, 46 chromosomes total. These chromosomes contain all your genes, collectively known as your genotype. Genotypes do not change in response to the environment, but gene expression is influenced by environmental factors. Because so much variability exists in the surrounding world, the outcome of this interaction is not predetermined. The color and appearance of your skin, for example, results from an interplay between your genotype and a variety of environmental factors, including sun and wind exposure, age, nutrition, and smoking, all of which can impact your genes are expressed, according to Kolb, ETAL 2019, and Reese 2003. The product of this interaction is the phenotype The product of this interaction is the phenotype, a person's observable characteristics. Your phenotype is apparent in your unique physical, cognitive, and socio-emotional characteristics, according to Henrik and Muthakrishna, 2021, Plomin ETAL 2016, and Scar and McCartney 1983. Nature and nurture. What is epigenetics? The field that examines the processes involved in the development of phenotypes is called known as epigenetics, which literally means on top of genetics, according to CAO LEI ETAL 2020, page 200. Your DNA is surrounded by chemical compounds, collectively known as the epigenome, that control which genes get turned on or turned off. Environmental factors such as nutrition, exposure to toxins, or even childhood adversity may trigger changes in the epigenome and thereby influence which genes are expressed. These patterns of activation and deactivation could potentially impact physical and psychological health, According to Medline Plus 2021, June 11th, O'Donnell and Minnie 2020. Epigenetics serves as a bridge or link between nature and nurture, according to Temin ETAL 2013. Earlier, we discussed the circumstances surrounding the very beginning of Michael Bornstein's life. His mother, Sophie, was just beginning her pregnancy when the Nazis invaded Poland and began persecuting the Jewish community. Is it possible that the stress Sophie experienced triggered epigenetic changes in her developing fetus? Evidence from both human and animal research suggests this might be the case. CAOLEI-ETAL 2020. In one study, researchers found changes in the epigenome of women who had been pregnant when they witnessed the 1994 Rwandan genocide. The women and the children they bore had epigenetic changes linked to the activity of stress hormones. Such changes may help explain the atypical stress responses. And elevated rates of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, observed in these mother-child pairs, according to Peru ETAL 2014. Thus, it is plausible that Sophie's experience with the Holocaust affected her son's gene expression and potentially his long-term health. Likewise, Michael's own experience with the Holocaust, more on this later, might have impacted the gene expression and health of his children, according to Daskalakis, ETAL 2021, and perhaps even his grandchildren. Trauma and other forms of early life adversity produces a lasting epigenetic memory that may impact generations to come, according to KO-LEI, ETAL 2020, page 206. How is it relevant? You might be wondering what genotypes, phenotypes, and epigenetics have to do with psychology. The interaction of genes and environment influences our behavior, and psychologists want to learn how this occurs. Consider schizophrenia a disabling psychological disorder with symptoms ranging from hallucinations to disorganized thinking. Psychological Disorders chapter. A large body of evidence suggests that some people have genotypes that predispose them to schizophrenia, with heritability estimates between 60% and 80%, according to Basil Men's ETAL 2021, Cardinal and Owen 2014, and Edwards ETAL 2016. But the expression of the disorder results from a combination of genotype and experience, including diet, stress, toxins, and childhood adversity, according to Hamid and Lewis 2016, and Zhang and Meni 2010. Identical twins who have the same genotype at conception may display different phenotypes, including distinct expressions of schizophrenia if they both develop this disorder. Researchers have identified epigenetic characteristics associated with schizophrenia, although more research is needed to determine how they fit into the bigger picture, according to Hannon ETAL 2016 and Montano ETAL 2016. We do know this: schizophrenia and other psychological phenomena result from complex relationships between genes and the environment, according to Balouis ETAL 2019 and Kremen ETAL 2016. Connections. In the Cognition, Language, and Intelligence chapter, we describe heritability as the degree to which heredity is responsible for a particular characteristic. Here we note that around 60 to 80% of the population-wide variation in schizophrenia can be attributed to genetic makeup, and 20 to 40% of the environment. Now that we have a basic handle on genotypes and phenotypes, let's shift our attention toward the developmental changes that occur within the womb. How do we get from a single cell to a living, breathing human with 10 little fingers and toes, fully functional organs? How do we get from a single cell to a living, breathing human with 10 little fingers and toes, fully functional organ systems, and a brain equipped with 100 billion neurons, according to Huang and Luo 2015 and Lake ETAL 2018? It's time to explore prenatal development, the period between conception and the birth, which lasts approximately 40 weeks for a full-term baby, according to Medline Plus 2021, July 13th. From single cell to full-fledged person, LO6 described the progression of prenatal development. Once the zygote is formed, it immediately begins to divide into two cells. Then each of those cells divides, and so on. From conception to the end of the second week is the germinal period, which ends with the rapidly dividing mass of cells implanting in the uterine wall. Implantation is successful less than half the time. However, according to Gold 2005, of reported pregnancies, nearly 20% end in miscarriage, according to Rawson ETAL 2017, many of which result from genetic anomalies of the embryo, according to Mayo Clinic 2021, October 16th. Between weeks 3 and 8, the growing mass of cells is called an embryo. The embryo develops in the amniotic sac, which is a bag of fluids that provides protection. An organ called the placenta supplies the embryo with oxygen and nourishment, disposes of waste, and prevents mixing of blood between mother and baby. The embryo is connected to the placenta by the umbilical cord. The embryo is connected to the placenta by the umbilical cord. Unlike the germinal period, when all cells are identical, the embryonic period marks the time when cells differentiate and the major organs and systems begin to form. Figure 8.2. This differentiation allows for the heart to begin beating, the arms and legs to grow, and the spinal cord and intestinal system to develop. Figure 8.2, prenatal development and periods of critical growth. During prenatal development, individual structures form and are fine-tuned at different times. As each structure is being established, it is particularly vulnerable to interference. In the timeline for prenatal development, 1 to 2 weeks is labeled germinal period, 3 to 8 weeks is labeled embryonic period, 9 to 37 weeks is labeled fetal period, and 38 to 40 weeks is labeled full term. The germinal, embryonic, and fetal periods show a photo of an embryo in a specific stage. The approximate data from the timeline are as follows. Establishing the structure, period of higher vulnerability to defects. Central nervous system, 3 to 40 weeks. Heart, 3.2 to 6.8 weeks. Upper limbs, 4 to 5.8 weeks. Eyes, 4.5 to 7.8 weeks. Lower limbs, 4.5 to 6 weeks. Teeth, 6.8 to 8 weeks. Palate, 6.7 to 8.5 weeks. External genitalia, 7.2 to 15 weeks. Ears, 4.3 to 14 weeks. Continued development of structures and function, moderately vulnerable to defects. Heart 6.8 to 8 weeks. Upper limbs 5.8 to 8. Eyes 7.8 to 38. Lower limbs 6 to 8. Teeth 8 to 38. Palate 8.3 to 16 weeks. External genitalia 15 to 38 weeks. Ears 14.5 to 33 weeks. Figure 8.2, prenatal development and periods of critical growth. During prenatal development, individual structures form and are fine-tuned at different times. As each structure is being established, it is particularly vulnerable to interference. The world can be toxic. The embryo may be safely nestled. In the amniotic sac, but it is not protected from all dangers. Teratogens are environmental agents that can damage an embryo or fetus. Table 8.1. Radiation, viruses, bacteria, chemicals, and drugs are all considered teratogens. The damage depends on the agent as well as the timing and duration of exposure, and can result in miscarriage, decreased birth weight, congenital heart conditions, long-term behavioral problems, and other adverse outcomes, according to Jam Candy, ETAL 2014. One well-known teratogen is alcohol, which can lead to fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, FASD, CDC 2023, October 2023. FASD, CDC 2023, October 23rd. In particular, fetal alcohol syndrome, FAS, is the result of moderate to heavy alcohol use during pregnancy, which can cause delays in typical development, a small head, lower intelligence, and distinct facial characteristics, for example, wide spaced eyes and flattened nose. Wondering how much alcohol is safe to drink during pregnancy? The answer is none, according to De Jong, ETAL 2019, Landgren 2017, and Val, ETAL 2015. Alcohol readily crosses the placenta, with fetal blood alcohol levels approaching maternal levels within 2 hours of maternal intake, according to De Jong, ETAL 2019, page 144. For those who drink during pregnancy, the odds of delivering a baby with FAS are 1 in 67, according to Popova, ETAL 2017. Alcohol consumption is something we can't control, but this is not the case with all teratogens. Simply living near a farm that applies certain pesticides may increase a mother's risk of giving birth to a child with autism spectrum disorder, developmental delay, and atypical brain development, according to Hertz, Picciotti, ETAL 2018, Rao 2018, and Shelton, ETAL 2014. Life with FAS. This child has fetal alcohol syndrome, FAS. Children affected by FAS tend to have difficulty with physical activities that require coordination and other motor skills. They also may have attentional problems that interfere with their school performance. Having a secure, loving family that provides structure and predictability can help children with FAS thrive, according to the National Organization on Fetal Alcohol Syndrome, ND. Table 8.1, Dangerous Environments. Category, teratogen, potential effects. Drugs, acne medication, isotretinoin, heart defects, neurological, musculoskeletal, and liver issues. Alcohol, fetal alcohol syndrome, intellectual disability, poor growth, heart problems, growth delay. Caffeine, high exposure associated with miscarriage. Cocaine, birth defects, miscarriage, placental abruption. Marijuana, low birth weight, small skull, tremors, possibly anxiety, and hyperactivity in childhood. Nicotine, malformations, low birth weight, cleft lip or palate heart defects. Environmental factors: lead, high exposure linked with miscarriage and stillbirth, intellectual disability. Mercury, cerebral palsy, intellectual disability, blindness. Radiation exposure, small skull blindness, spina bifida, cleft palate. Infections: rubella, heart disease, small skull, liver issues. Syphilis, inflamed joints, rash, swollen liver and spleen. Toxoplasmosis, small skull, intellectual disability, malformations of the eye. Maternal disease: diabetes, abnormal tissue formation, birth defects. Epilepsy, anti-epileptic drugs and seizures, miscarriages, spina bifida, heart defects, small skull, cleft lip, cleft palate, developmental delays. From conception until birth, the developing human is nestled deep inside the uterus, but it remains vulnerable to threats. Listed here are some common teratogens and their effects. Remember, teratogens may include both legal and illegal drugs. Information from Brent 2004, Who is Zinc 2014, Jim Candy, ETAL 2014, and Willingham 2021. From pumpkin seed to watermelon, between 2 months and birth, the growing human is called a fetus, figure 8.2. During the fetal period, the developing person grows from the size of a pumpkin seed to a small watermelon, the average birth weight being a little more than 7 pounds. It is also during this time that the developing person begins to demonstrate clear sleep-wake cycles, according to Suinrath and Santharasaj 2010. By the end of the fetal period, most systems and structures are fully developed, and the baby is ready for the outside world. Some babies are born early and cannot survive on their own. But thanks to advances in medicine, the limit of viability is currently about 22 to 26 weeks in the United States. Mercurio and Drago, 2022. Connections. In the consciousness chapter, we note that some physiological activities are driven by a circadian rhythm. That is, they roughly follow the 24-hour cycle of daylight and darkness. Here we note that daily sleep-wake cycles become evident before birth. If you step back and contemplate the baby-making phenomenon, it's really quite amazing, but many more exciting developments are in store. Let's move on to infancy and childhood. Show what you know. Question number 1. Blank are thread-like structures we inherit from our biological mothers and fathers. A. Teratogens, B. Zygotes, C. Genes, or D. Chromosomes. The answer is D. Chromosomes. Chromosomes are thread-like structures we inherit from our biological mothers and fathers. Question number 2. Blank represents a complete collection of genes and blank represents the observed expression of inherited characteristics. The answer is genotype and phenotype. Genotype represents a complete collection of genes and phenotype represents the observed expression of inherited characteristics. Question number 3. A coworker is in her 6th week of pregnancy. She is excited because during this blank, her baby is developing a spinal cord and its heart is beginning to beat. Is the answer A, embryonic period, B, phenotype, C, germinal period, or D, genotype? The answer is A, embryonic period. A coworker is in her 6th week of pregnancy. She is excited because during this embryonic period, her baby is developing a spinal cord and its heart is beginning to beat. Infants and children, a birthplace of fear and loss. After invading Poland, the Germans wasted no time isolating Jews from the rest of society. Jewish people were required to wear armbands adorned with a blue Star of David, and many were forced out of their homes and relocated to ghettos surrounded by barbed wire. Conditions were filthy, food and medicine were scarce, and families were crowded together in tiny spaces. Poland's largest ghetto, the Warsaw Ghetto, had upward of 400,000 people packed into an area of 1.3 miles, according to USHMM. Fortunately for Michael, his hometown of Zarki remained an open ghetto, meaning people were allowed to stay in their own homes, initially at least, according to Bornstein and Hallenstadt 2017. Michael was born on May 2nd, 1940, just 5 days after a German commander named Heinrich Himmler approved the establishment of the Auschwitz concentration camp, according to Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum, ND. Auschwitz would become to be known as the most notorious death camp in World War II history, perhaps in all human history. Eventually, Michael would be sent to this evil place. Newborns, LO7, summarize the physical changes that occur in infancy. Babies come into the world equipped with keen sensory capabilities that seem to be designed for facilitating relationships, according to Mackin 2020. They also display reflexes or automatic responses to stimuli. Let's take a look at both of these phenomena. Newborn senses. Vision can be blurry for the first few months. One reason being that the light-sensitive cones in the eyes are still developing, according to Banks and Salapatek 1978. Even so, newborns are drawn to people and prefer to look at human faces over geometric shapes, according to Salva ETAL 2011 and Simeon and D. Giorgio 2015. They tend to focus their gaze at about 8 to 10 inches away, according to American Optometric Association, ND, which happens to be the approximate distance between the baby's face and the face of the caregiver cradling them. Eye contact is thought to strengthen the relationship between infants and caregivers. Connections. In the Sensation and Perception chapter, we describe specialized neurons called photoreceptors, which absorb light energy and turn it into electrical and chemical signals for the brain to process. A cone is a type of photoreceptor that enables us to see colors and details. Newborns have blurry eyesight, in part because their cones have not fully developed. The auditory system is functioning before birth, but it takes time for fluids to dry up, so the baby can hear clearly, according to Hall ETAL 2004. Within hours of being born, newborns can discriminate their mother's voice from those of other women, and they show a preference for her voice. according to D. Casper and Pfeiffer, 1980, and Moon ETAL 2015. This ability to recognize mom's voice may begin developing in utero, according to Kiselevsky ETAL 2003 and Moon ETAL 2015. Smell and taste are also well developed in newborn infants, who can distinguish the scent of their mother's breast milk from that of other women within days of birth, according to Marin ETAL 2015 and Schall ETAL 2020. Babies prefer sweet tastes, react strongly to sour tastes, and notice certain changes to their mother's diets because those tastes are present in breast milk. If a mother has eaten something very sweet, for instance, the infant tends to breastfeed longer. The sense of touch and thus the ability to feel pain are evident before birth, according to Marks and Nagy 2015. It was once believed that newborns were incapable of experiencing pain, but research suggests otherwise. The brain activity infants and adults display in response to painful stimuli is extremely similar, suggesting that babies feel pain like the rest of us, according to Egleston ETAL 2020 and Goxen ETAL 2015. Newborn reflexes. Newborns exhibit several reflexes. Some are necessary for survival, while others serve no obvious purpose. Reflexes may fade away in the first weeks and months of life, but many resurface as voluntary movements as the infant grows and develops motor control, according to Thelen and Fisher, 1982. Table 8.2 describes several reflexes seen in recently born babies. Table 8.2, newborn reflexes. Reflex, the response, see it. Rooting, when cheek is touched, newborn turns head toward stimulus. Sucking, mouth area touched by object, the newborn sucks on object. Grasping, newborn actively grasps when object is placed in palm of hand. Babinski, toes curl. When sole of newborn foot is stroked, big toe bends toward ankle, and other toes fan out. Stepping, newborn will take steps when feet are put on hard surface. Moro, startle, abrupt extension of head, arms, and legs after a sudden noise or movement. Newborns exhibit various reflexes or automatic responses to stimuli. Listed here are some of the reflexes first evident at birth. Information from Zafariou, 2004. A newborn spends most of the time eating, sleeping, and crying, but this stage soon gives way to a period that is far more interactive and features some of the most memorable milestones of human development, from waving bye-bye to taking first steps. Infographic 8.2 details some of the typical sensory and motor milestones of infancy and the average ages at which they occur. Although the sequence and timing of these achievements are fairly universal, there can be significant variation from one infant to the next. What's going on in the brain? The speed of brain development in the womb and immediately after birth is astounding. There are times in fetal development when the brain is producing approximately 250,000 new neurons per minute, according to Kolb and Gibb, 2011. At birth, a baby's brain has approximately 100 billion neurons, according to Toga ETAL 2006, roughly the same number as that of an adult. Meanwhile, Axons are growing longer, and more neurons, particularly those involved in motor control, are developing a myelin sheath around their axons. The myelin sheath increases the efficiency of neural communication, which leads to better motor control, enabling a baby to wave and walk. Connections. In the Biology and Behavior chapter, we describe the structure of a typical neuron, which includes an axon projecting from the cell body. Many axons are surrounded by a myelin sheath, a fatty substance that insulates the activities occurring within, speeding the transmission of neural messages down the axon. Here we see how myelination impacts motor development. Making and breaking connections. As young children interact with the environment, new connections sprout between neurons, but not uniformly throughout the brain. Between ages 3 and 6, for example, the greatest increase in neural connections occurs in the frontal lobes, the area of the brain involved in planning and attention, according to Thompson et al. 2000 and Toga et al. 2006. As more links are established, more associations can be made between different stimuli and between behavior and consequences. A young person needs to learn quickly, and this process makes it possible. The extraordinary growth in synaptic connections does not last forever, though as the number of connections decreases by 40 to 50% by the time a child reaches puberty, according to Thompson et al. 2000 and Webb et al. 2001, this decrease in synaptic connections occurs through a process called synaptic pruning. Unused synaptic connections are downsized or eliminated, and frequently used connections get stronger, which helps increase the efficiency of the brain. According to Chechik et al. 1998, Sakai 2020, Spare 2013, and Weinstein et al. 2018. The process is like trimming a rose bush. Getting rid of the thin, weak areas allows the strength. The process is like trimming a rose bush. Getting rid of the thin, weak areas allows the stronger parts of the plant to flourish, according to Sakai 2020. Creating bullets for Nazis. As Michael entered his toddler years, the situation in Poland became more dire. Our early childhood years were defined by ghetto life, and while we were far too young to understand what was going on around us, we could feel the grip of our mother's arms tighten around us every time a soldier was near, he recalls, according to Bornstein and Hollenstadt 2017, page 79. As Michael was toddling around and speaking his first sentences, the Nazis began to implement their so-called final solution, an effort to exterminate the entire Jewish population in Europe. Men, women, and children were loaded onto cattle cars and shipped to concentration camps. Where most were murdered or starved to death. The National World War II Museum, NDUSHMM 2021. Michael and his immediate family were initially spared this fate and sent to an ammunition factory thanks to his father's relationship with a Nazi officer. As leader of the town's Jewish council, Michael's father had bribed this officer to spare hundreds of Jewish lives. Working at the labor camp was much better than starvation and death, but Jewish workers were still prisoners. Mamishu and Papa went to work 7 days a week, helping to create the very bullets that would kill our own people. Michael writes, according to Bornstein and Hollenstadt 2017, page 117. After the long workday, Michael's father taught arithmetic to Michael's older brother while Michael lay in bed with his mother reciting the Hebrew alphabet, according to Bornstein and Hollenstadt 2017. The Bornsteins did their best to ensure their sons had opportunities for enrichment despite the horrors of their surroundings. Suffering in Zarki. Men and boys walked to labor camps in Michael's hometown of Zarki on June 20th, 1940. Enrichment. Many aspects of brain development are strongly influenced by experiences and input from the environment. In the 1960s and 1970s, U.S. psychologist Mark Rosenzweig, 1922 through 2009, and his colleagues at the University of California, Berkeley, studied this phenomenon in rodents, according to Kolb and Wishaw, 1998. They found that rats placed in stimulating environments furnished with opportunities for exploration and social interaction experience greater increases in brain weight and synaptic connections than those put in non-stimulating environments, according to Burrito and Deeg, 2009. Kolb and Wishaw, 1998, and Rosenzweig, 1984. Environmental stimulation, or lack thereof, may have a similar impact on infants and children. Severe deprivation early in life can lead to startling problems with brain development, according to Makis et al. 2020. For example, young children living in orphanages that provide minimal care and human interaction may experience profound and enduring alterations in brain volume and structure in young adulthood. Page 644. Such changes have been associated with symptoms of attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, and lower performance on intelligence tests, according to Makis et al. 2020. Environment matters. The children on the left appear to be immersed in an enriched environment, which offers opportunities for physical exercise, social interaction, and other types of stimulating activity that promotes positive changes in the brain, according to Kahn and Hillman, 2014, and Van Praag, et al. 2000. Fewer signs of enrichment appear in the photo to the right, which shows children in a Romanian orphanage in the late 1900s. The language explosion. Babies come into the world incapable of using language, yet by the age of 6, most have amassed a vocabulary of approximately 13,000 words. That amounts to about one new word every 2 hours awake. According to Pinker, 1994, one important component of this learning process is infant-directed speech, IDS, sometimes referred to as motherese, which is often used by parents and other caregivers. High-pitched and repetitious infant-directed speech is observed throughout the world, according to Singh et al. 2009. Michael's family would have used this sing-song voice to say, "Come to me, Liebling," which means "my darling" in Yiddish. Infants as young as 5 months of age pay more attention to people who use infant-directed speech, which allows them to choose appropriate social patterns, or adults who are more likely to provide them with chances to learn and interact, according to Schachner and Hannon, 2011. When parents use IDS, infants listen, according to Golinkoff, et al. 2015, and Spinelli, et al. 2017. Connections. In the Cognition, Language, and Intelligence chapter, we introduce basic elements of language such as phonemes, morphemes, and semantics, and explore how language relates to thought. In this chapter, we discuss how language develops, a universal sequence. A universal sequence. No matter where children grow up or who raise them, no matter where children grow up or who raises them, you can almost be certain they will follow the universal sequence of language development, according to Chomsky 2000. This typically starts with cooing and babbling. Table 8.3. A vocabulary explosion tends to occur at about 2 to 3 years of age, according to McMurray 2007. And as they mature, children begin using more complete sentences and increasingly complex grammar. By age 5 to 6, most are fluent in their native language, although their vocabulary does not match that of an adult. There are two important components of normal language acquisition. One, physical development, particularly in the language processing areas of the brain, biology and behavior chapter. And two, exposure to language. Children who do not observe using language during the first 7 years of life fail to develop typical language skills. Evidence for this comes from case studies of people who were deprived of language in childhood, according to Golden Meadow, 1978. Table 8.3, Sequence of Language Acquisition. Language milestone, age, defined, examples. Language milestone. Cooing, age, 2 to 3 months. Defined, vowel-like sounds. Examples, ooh, ah. Babbling, 4 to 6 months. Combining consonants, sounds are meaningless but resemble real language. Ma, da, da. Hollow phrase, around 12 months. Nouns used to convey an entire message. Juice, up. Telegraphic speech, around 18 months. 2-word phrases that include the most important words of a sentence. Baby, crying, sock wet. The development of language occurs in stages that are relatively predictable and consistent across cultures. A missed opportunity. Some psychologists suggest there is a critical period for language acquisition. Until a certain age, children are highly receptive to learning language, but after that period ends, acquiring a first language that is age-appropriate and normal is difficult, according to Friedman and Rousseau, 2015, and Cole et al. 2005. Others propose that language development occurs during sensitive periods, which are characterized by substantial but not necessarily irreversible changes in the brain, according to Knudsen, 2004. Perhaps both critical and sensitive periods come into play. Language acquisition is characterized by multiple critical and sensitive periods with different onsets and offsets and different dynamics, according to Worker and Hensch, 2015, page 175. Deprived of language. What happens when a child has virtually no exposure to language in the first decade of life? The tragic case of Jeannie offers clues. Between the ages of 20 months and 13 years, Jeannie was locked away in a dark room, strapped to a potty chair, or confined in a cage-like crib. There she stayed for 12 years, alone in silence, deprived of physical activity, sensory stimulation, and affection, according to Curtis et al., 1974. When Jeannie was taken from her family at age 13, there was little evidence that she had acquired any language she did not speak, according to Curtis et al., 1974, page 127. Although Jeannie eventually did learn to speak and complete sentences, there were certain linguistic skills she never mastered, according to Golden Meadow, 1978. Didn't see that coming? Is there a bilingual advantage? Many children grow up learning more than one language. Michael, for example, learned to speak Yiddish, German, and English as a child. He also learned some Polish and Hebrew, but it is less fluent in those languages. How does early exposure to multiple languages impact a child's development? Does it help or harm them? Psychologists once believed that the brain was best suited for learning a single language, and that exposing children to more than one language frustrated their intellectual development, according to Class 2011. But then researchers began providing evidence to suggest the opposite, that learning multiple languages came with a host of benefits, including better communication skills, according to Fan ETAL 2015 and Hoff and Core 2015, and strong executive control, according to Bialystok 2011 and Hartanto and Yang 2019. As the name implies, executive control is concerned with managing the brain's precious resources, deciding what's important and where to focus attention. Recent research indicates that the so-called bilingual advantage may not be as pronounced and widespread as once believed, especially with respect to executive functioning, according to Goodrich ETAL 2022 and Lowe ETAL 2021. Whatever benefits that may exist might be restricted to particular populations and cognitive measures, and may be influenced by other variables, not just bilingualism, according to Lakita ETAL 2021, page 2287. More research is needed, but the bottom line is that learning two languages is potentially beneficial. Lessons from Piaget. LO8 discuss the key elements of Piaget's and Vygotsky's theories of cognitive development. Language is just one domain of cognitive development. How do other processes like memory and problem solving evolve through childhood? Swiss biologist and developmental psychologist Jean Piaget, Swiss biologist and developmental psychologist Jean Piaget, 1896 through 1980, was among the first to propose that infants have cognitive abilities. One important component of cognition, according to Piaget, 1936 through 1952, is the schema. One important component of the cognition, according to Piaget, 1936 through 1952, is the schema, a collection of ideas that serves as a building block of understanding. Young children create schemas by learning about functional relationships. The schema toy, for example, might include any object used for play, such as a doll, truck, or ball. As children mature, so does their schemas, which begin to organize their thinking around more abstract categories such as love, romantic love, love for one's country, and so on. In other words, they expand their schemas in response to experiences. Piaget, 1936 and 1952, believed humans are biologically driven to advance intellectually, partly because they have an innate need to maintain cognitive equilibrium, or a feeling of cognitive balance. Suppose a toddler's schema of house pets only includes small dogs like their own, which they recognize as having fur, 4 legs, and a tail. When the child sees a very large cat for the first time, they look to their father and say puppy, because they notice that it too has fur, 4 legs, and a tail. This is an example of assimilation. The child attempts to understand new information, the sight of an unfamiliar small animal, using their already existing knowledge base. or schema, the characteristics of small animals familiar to them. Hearing the mistake, the child's father responds, "That's a cat, and cats say meow. Wolf is what puppies say." This shakes up the child's notion of what a house pet is, causing an uncomfortable sense of disequilibrium that motivates the child to restore cognitive balance. The new information about this four-legged creature is confusing and is The new information about this four-legged creature is confusing and it cannot be assimilated. Instead, the child must use accommodation, the restructuring of old notions to make a place for new information. In this case, the child forms a new schema, small furry animals with four legs and a tail that say meow are cats. Both assimilation and accommodation enable great strides in cognitive growth. We assimilate new information to fit into old ways of thinking, and we accommodate old ways of thinking to understand new information. As noted earlier, psychologists do not always agree on whether development is continuous or occurs in steps. Piaget, 1936 and 1952, proposed that cognitive development occurs in four stages with distinct beginnings and endings, according to infographic 8.3. Sensory motor stage. From birth to about age 2 is what Piaget called the sensory motor stage. Infants use their sensory and motor activities to explore the surrounding world, crawling around, reaching for things, and handling objects with their mouths, fingers, and toes. One significant milestone of the sensory motor stage is object permanence, or an infant's realization that objects and people still exist when they are out of sight or touch. While playing with babies, Piaget observed how they react when a toy is hidden under a blanket. Those who had reached the object permanence milestone realized the toy still existed even though it was out of sight. They would actively look for it. Piaget, 1936 through 1952. Babies who had not reached this stage would continue playing as if nothing were missing. Pre-operational stage. The next stage in Piaget's cognitive development theory is the pre-operational stage, which occurs between ages 2 and 7, rather than relying primarily on sensory and motor activities. Children in this stage start using language to explore and understand their worlds. They ask questions and use symbolic thinking in their pretend and fantasy play. Dirt and sticks in a bowl might symbolize food for the baby doll. A toy truck becomes a real fire engine rushing to extinguish flames in a burning building. Children under the pre-operational stage tend to be somewhat limited by their egocentrism. Children in the pre-operational stage tend to be somewhat limited by their egocentrism, primarily imagining the world from their own perspective. Refer to the Three Mountains task in infographic 8.3. This egocentrism makes it hard to understand another person's point of view, but it does not necessarily mean children are selfish or spoiled. Egocentrism may dominate during this period, but a theory of mind is also developing. Children begin to understand that other people have thoughts, emotions, and perceptions of their own. For example, an adult knows certain things that they themselves do not. According to Atance and Kaza, 2018, page 862. Theory of mind develops parallel to empathy and is important for social interactions, according to Schurz, ETAL 2021. Some research even suggests that theory of mind promotes social school readiness, according to Cavadell and Freire, 2017. According to PSA 1936-1952, children in the pre-operational stage have not yet mastered operations, the logical reasoning processes. Older children and adults, according to Piaget's 1936 through 1952, children in the pre-operational stage have not yet mastered operations, the logical reasoning processes older children and adults use to understand the world. For example, young children have a difficult time understanding the reversibility of some actions and events. They may have trouble comprehending that vanilla ice cream can be frozen. They may have trouble comprehending that vanilla ice cream can be refrozen after it melts, but not turned back into sugar, milk, and vanilla. This difficulty with operations is also apparent in errors involving conservation, which refers to the unchanging properties of volume, mass, or amount in relation to appearance. Figure 8.3. For example, if you take two masses of clay of the same shape and size, and then roll only one of them out into a hot dog shape, a child in this stage may think that the hot dog shaped clay contains more clay than the undisturbed clump, or the child may seem that the newly formed clump of clay is skinnier and therefore assume it weighs less. Children in the pre-operational stage do not understand that an object stays fundamentally the same even if it is manipulated or takes on a different appearance. Extended description for Figure 8.3 Conservation Task. The first column heading reads Type of Conservation Task. The rows below read Volume and Mass. The second column reads as follows: Original presentation: 2 equal beakers of liquid, 2 equal size and shaped beakers with fluid are shown. 2 equal lumps of clay shown by 2 blobs of clay. The third column reads as follows: Alteration: pour 1 into a taller, narrower beaker shown by the same as described. Roll 1 lump into a long hot dog shape shown by the same. The fourth column reads, Question: Does 1 beaker have more liquid? Does 1 lump weigh more? The last column reads, Pre-operational child's answer: The taller beaker has more liquid, the original lump weighs more. Figure 8.3 Conservation Task. Children in the pre-operational stage don't realize that properties like volume and mass stay constant when items are rearranged or reshaped. Tasks like those above are used to gauge children's understanding of conservation. The infamous trains. Jewish families from Hungary arrive at the notorious Nazi death camp, Auschwitz, Birkenau, in 1944. Michael doesn't remember much from that time. He was only 4 years old, but he does recall the sound of Nazi boots hitting the ground and a strange odor emanating from chimneys situated around the camp. The smell of human bodies burning. The Nazis assigned Michael to the children's bunk, his mother and grandmother to the women's section, and his father and brother to the men's area. My mother snuck me into the women's bunk, Michael recalls. The women went to work, and I was supposed to be there, so I would hide under the straw in the daytime. My mother snuck me into the women's bunk, Michael recalls. The women went to work, and I wasn't supposed to be there, so I would hide under straw in the daytime. I learned to be very quiet and a good hider. Day upon day, for many months, Michael hid under a straw mattress in the women's barracks. How did a 4-year-old child manage to spend the entire day alone with nothing to do without causing a scene? From low key to high strung, temperament, which refers to a person's distinct patterns of emotional reactions and behaviors, is apparent across all developmental stages. Evidence of temperament becomes apparent in the first days of life. High reactive infants exhibit a great deal of distress when exposed to unfamiliar stimuli, such as new sights, sounds, and smells. Low reactive infants do not respond to new stimuli with great distress. According Low reactive infants do not respond to new stimuli with great distress, according to Fox et al. 2015 and Kagan 2003. Classification as high and low reactive is based on measures of behavior, emotional response, and physiological factors such as heart rate and blood pressure, according to Kagan 1985, 2003. Easy, difficult, or slow to warm up. Another way to classify babies is to focus on how easy they are to care for. Researchers have found that the majority of infants can be categorized as having one of three fundamental temperaments. According to Thomas and Chess 1986, around 40% are considered easy babies. They are easy to care for because they follow regular eating and sleeping schedules. These happy babies can be soothed when upset and don't appear to get rattled by transitions or changes in their environments. Michael's mother always described him as such a good boy, says Michael's daughter Debbie. This suggests he may have fallen into this easy, happy category. Compared to their less happy peers, happy infants go on to score higher on tests of intelligence in childhood and reach greater academic achievement in young adulthood, according to Coffey 2020. Difficult babies, around 10%, are more challenging because they don't seem to have a set schedule for eating and sleeping, nor do they deal well with transitions or changes in the environment. Often irritable and unhappy, these babies are far less responsive than their easy counterparts to the soothing attempts of caregivers. They also tend to be very active, kicking their legs on the changing table and wiggling around in their strollers. Slow to warm up babies, around 15%, are not as irritable or active as difficult babies, but they are not fond of change. Give them enough time, however, and they will adapt. Although these temperament categories are useful, it's important to note that 35% of babies share the characteristics of more than one type and therefore are difficult to classify. And no matter what their temperament, babies are strongly influenced by the attachments they form with parents and other caregivers. Attachment. Attachment is the degree to which an infant feels an emotional connection with primary caregivers. British psychiatrist John Bowlby, 1907 through 1990, was the first to formulate a theory of attachment, proposing that infants naturally form an emotional bond with caregivers, according to Polat 2017. Expanding on Bowlby's work, American-Canadian psychologist Mary Ainsworth, 1913 through 1999, studied the attachment styles of infants between 12 and 18 months using a research procedure called the strange situation. According to Ainsworth, 1979 and 1985, Ainsworth and Bell, 1970, Ainsworth et al., 1978, and Van Rosmalen et al., 2016. In one study, 1. A mother and child are in a room alone. 2. A stranger enters. And 3. The mother then exits the room leaving the child in the unfamiliar environment with the stranger who tries to interact with the child. 4. The mother returns to the room but leaves again, and then returns once more. At this point, 5. The stranger departs. During this observation, the researchers note that the child's anxiety before and after the stranger arrives, willingness to explore the environment, and reaction to the mother's return. Here are 3 of the response patterns observed. Secure attachment. The majority of the children in the study were mildly upset when their mothers left the room, but were easily soothed upon her return, quickly returning to play. These children seemed confident that their needs would be met and felt safe exploring their environment, using the caregiver as a secure base. Avoidant attachment. Some of the children displayed no distress when their mothers left and no signs of wanting to interact with their mothers when they returned. They were happy to play in the room without looking at their mothers or the stranger. Ambivalent. Children in this group were quite upset and very focused on their mothers, showing signs of wanting to be held but unable to be soothed. They were angry, often pushing away their mothers and not interested in returning to play. Ideally, parents and caregivers provide a secure base for infants and are ready to help regulate emotions, soothe or calm, or meet others' needs. Ideally, parents and caregivers provide a secure base for infants and are ready to help regulate emotions, soothe or calm, or meet other needs. This makes infants feel comfortable exploring their environments. Ainsworth and colleagues, 1978, suggested that development, both physical and psychological, is greatly influenced by the quality of an infant's attachment to caregivers. More recent research indicates that attachment impacts cognition, as children with a secure base have more accurate memories. More recent research indicates that attachment impacts cognition, as children with a secure base have more accurate memories of their experiences in settings like the strange situation, according to Che et al. 2018. Critics of the strange situation method suggest that it creates an artificial environment and fails to provide good measures of how infant-mother pairs act naturally, according to Vicedo 2017. Another drawback of the early research is that it focused on mothers in one cultural context. We should also examine attachment to fathers, close relatives, and other caregivers across cultures, according to Field 1996, Rothbaum et al. 2000, and Vicedo 2017. Finally, some suggest that temperament, not just attachment, predisposes infants to react the way they do in this setting. Those prone to anxiety and uncertainty are more likely to respond negatively, according to Kagan, 1985. Attachments are formed early in childhood, but they have implications for a lifetime, according to Hoeg et al. 2018, Lopez et al. 2018, Simpson and Rolls 2010. Some people who experienced ambivalent attachment as infants. Concrete operational stage. Around age 7, children enter what Piaget called the concrete operational stage. They begin to think more logically, but mainly in reference to concrete objects and circumstances, things that can be seen or touched or are well defined by strict rules. Children in this stage tend to be less egocentric and can understand the concept of conservation. However, they still have trouble with abstract ideas and hypothetical thinking. For example, a 7-year-old may respond with a blank stare when asked a question such as, "What would you do if you could travel to the future, or if you had to choose between losing your eyebrows or your eyelashes? Which would you give up?" Little scientist. Piaget proposed that logic takes years to develop, but some research suggests that babies as young as 12 months are able to draw conclusions using the process of elimination. This may represent the beginning of logical reasoning, according to Susanna Arlotti, ETAL 2018, and Halberta 2018, which is characteristic of Piaget's later stages of cognitive development. Formal operational stage. At age 11, children enter Piaget's formal operational stage. They begin to think more logically and systemically. For example, they can understand that objects weigh less on the moon because the moon's gravitational pull is weaker than that of Earth. Children in this stage also can solve problems such as the third eye task. Infographic 8.3, which asks where they would put a third eye and why. I'd put it in the back of my head so that I could see what is going on behind my back. Such logical abilities do not necessarily develop overnight and are likely to advance in the pursuit of career interests and skills. Piaget suggested that not everyone reaches the stage of formal operations, but to succeed in most colleges, this type of logical thinking is essential. Students need to use abstract ideas to solve problems. Infographic 8.3, Piaget's theory of cognitive development. Extended description for Infographic 8.3, Piaget's theory of cognitive development. An introductory text reads, Jean Piaget proposed that children's cognitive development occurs in stages characterized by particular cognitive abilities. These stages have distinct beginnings and endings. A graph titled Piaget's 4 Stages of Cognitive Development shows different colored building blocks stacked next to each other. The blocks left to right are as follows. A photo of a toddler covering its eyes is accompanied by one block labeled sensory motor. Birth to 2 years. The text reads, the child uses sensory capabilities and motor activities to learn about the world. It develops object permanence. Next to this are 2 stacked blocks labeled pre-operational 2 to 7 years. A photo of a young child playing doctor with a teddy bear is accompanied by text reading, child uses symbolic thinking to explore and understand the world. Children at this stage are known for magical thinking and egocentrism. The third stack of 3 blocks is labeled concrete operational 7 to 11 years. A photo of a young boy mixing eggs accompanies the blocks with text reading. Child understands operations and thinks more logically in reference to concrete objects and circumstances. The last stack of 4 blocks is labeled formal operational 11 years and up. A photo of a teenage girl writing on a blackboard is accompanied by text reading. Child is now able to think logically and systemically and is capable of hypothetical thinking. A box at the bottom of the infographic is titled How do we assess A box at the bottom of the infographic is titled How do we assess a child's stage of cognitive development? A subtitle reads Piaget developed techniques to test characteristic capabilities associated with each stage. The box following is divided into 4 sections corresponding to the blocks above. Left to right, the sections are as follows. The first section shows a baby with a stuffed dog and a divider between them. Text reads, Objective permanence test. Does the child realize objects continue to exist when they are hidden? Infants who have developed object permanence with search for an object. The next section shows a drawing of three mountains on a four-sided platform. Each side is labeled A, B, C, and D. Text reads, three mountains, task tests egocentrism. Can the child imagine a perspective different from her own? What would you see if you were standing at point B? The third section shows a little girl looking at two differently shaped glasses of milk on a table. Text reads, conservation of volume test assesses understanding of operations. Does a child understand that the amount of liquid remains constant when it is poured into a container with a different shape? The last section shows a human's open hand with an eye in the center of the palm. Text reads, third eye tests formal operational thought. If you had a third eye, where would you put it? Children at this stage come up with logical, innovative answers. What do the characteristics say? Cognitive development may occur in stages with distinct characteristics, as Piaget suggested, but critics contend that transitions between stages are likely gradual and may not represent complete leaps from one type of thinking to the next. Some believe Piaget's theory underestimates children's cognitive abilities. For example, object permanence may occur sooner than Piaget suggested, depending on factors such as the length of time an object is out of sight, according to Bailarjan, ETAL 1985, and Bremner, ETAL 2015. Others question Piaget's assertion that children reach the formal operational stage by 11 to 12 years of age, and that no further delineations can be made between the cognitive abilities of adolescents and adults of various ages. Lessons from Vygotsky. Another major criticism of Piaget's theory is that it overlooks the social interactions influencing child development. The work of Russian psychologist Lev Vygotsky, Vygotsky, helps fill in some of these gaps. Vygotsky was particularly interested in how social and cultural factors affect a child's cognitive development. Vygotsky, 1934-1962, as he saw it, children are likely apprentices to others who are more capable of experienced. According to children are like apprentices to others who are more capable and experienced, according to Zaretsky, 2009. And those who receive help from older children and adults progress more quickly in their cognitive abilities. One way to support children's cognitive development is through scaffolding, pushing them to go just beyond what they are competent and comfortable doing, but also providing help in a decreasing manner. A parent gives support when necessary, but allows the child to solve problems independently. Successful scaffolding is like a wave, rising to offer help when needed and receding as the child regains control of the task, according to Hammond, ETAL 2012, page 275. Instructors often use scaffolding to challenge college students, for example, having them start with an outline, then requiring a rough draft and adding complexity to an assignment as the semester progresses. In order to scaffold effectively, we should consider not only what children know, but also where they are in their current development and what remains to be learned. In other words, we must consider their zone of proximal development, which includes cognitive tasks they can accomplish alone and those that require guidance and help from others. An ideal environment provides opportunities for both. Suppose a group of kindergartners is learning to write. They are familiar with uppercase letters, but they are just learning lowercase letters. A teacher could take advantage of the student's zone of proximal development by creating an exercise that has them practice both what they know, uppercase letters, and what they are still learning, lowercase letters. Similarly, a college professor could instruct students to read their introductory level textbooks, but also explain difficult concepts and challenge them with critical thinking questions. If the instructor simply opened the textbook and read aloud to the class, they would not be working within the student's zone of proximal development, and therefore not using effective scaffolding. Vygotsky also emphasized that learning always occurs in a cultural context. Children across the world have different sets of expected learning outcomes, from raising sheep to completing a proof in geometry. We need to keep these cross-cultural differences in mind when exploring their cognitive development. Culture and cognition. A girl carries a bundle of rice in the fields of Madagascar. What this child learns and how her cognitive development unfolds are shaped by the circumstances of her environment. Children reared in agricultural societies may acquire different cognitive skills. Children reared in agricultural societies may acquire different cognitive skill sets than those raised in urban, industrialized settings. Until now, we have focused on physical and cognitive development, but recall we are also interested in socio-emotional development. Temperament and attachment. A very small prisoner. 1 year after arriving in the labor camp, Michael's family received news that had been dreading. A very small prisoner. 1 year after arriving in the labor camp, Michael's family received news they had been dreading. All the Jewish factory workers would be relocated to Auschwitz. Prisoners were packed into cattle cars with no food or place to use the bathroom. A few died from heat and suffocation along the way, and those who survived experienced a different kind of death when they stepped off the train. Everything was taken from them, not just their clothes, jewelry, and eyeglasses, but their human identities. Husbands and wives were split into different groups, never to see each other again. Children were torn from their parents' arms, screaming and sobbing, according to Bornstein and Hollenstadt 2017 and USHMM 2008. Striped uniforms were distributed, heads shaved, and tattoos burned into arms. Michael was branded with the number B1148, a reminder of Auschwitz that remains on his arm to this day. It takes about 60 minutes to adjust and to accept everything that has just been stolen from you. Your name, he writes, according to Bornstein and Hollenstadt 2017, page 127. The infamous trains. Jewish families from Hungary arrive at the notorious Nazi death camp Auschwitz-Birkenau in 1944. Feeling secure. A child stays close to his father while taking in the surroundings. Children are more willing to explore the environments where they have caregivers who consistently meet their needs and provide a secure base. Attachments with children may be compromised when parents spend a great deal of time looking at their phones and computers, according to Courtney and Nowakowski Sims, 2019. A fourth category, known as disorganized attachment, was proposed after the original study has been difficult to define. It was created to describe children who exhibit contradictory and unexpected behaviors like freezing and moving erratically, perhaps a result of feeling conflicted about their caregiver, according to Duchinsky and Solomon, 2017. Children who fall into this category may be at increased risk for subsequent psychological problems, including depression, anxiety, and behavioral issues, according to NSYNC ETAL 2020. Some people who experienced ambivalent attachments as infants have been described as exhibiting an insatiability for closeness. In their adulthood, some people who experienced ambivalent attachment as infants have been described as exhibiting an insatiability for closeness in their adult relationships. Meanwhile, those who had secure attachments are more likely to expect that they are lovable and that others are capable of love, according to Cassidy, 2001. Infant attachment may even have long-term health consequences. A longitudinal study spanning 32 years found that adults who had been insecurely attached as infants were more likely to report inflammation-based illnesses, for example, asthma, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes, than those with secure attachments, according to Puig, ETAL 2013. A very important component of attachment is physical touch. If you don't believe us, consider the harrowing experiment described below. Monkeys like to keep in touch. U.S. psychologists Harry Harlow, 1905 through 1981, and Margaret Harlow, 1918, U.S. psychologists Harry Harlow, 1905 through 1981, and Margaret Harlow, 1918 through 1971, led a team at the University of Wisconsin that explored the importance of physical touch, according to Harlow et al. 1971. These researchers were initially interested in learning how infants and mothers develop attachments, and what role physical contact may play in the process. Realizing that such a study would be difficult to conduct with human infants, they turned to newborn macaque monkeys, according to Harlow, 1958. Connections. In Chapter 1, we discuss the importance of ensuring the ethical treatment of research participants, human and animal. Psychologists must do no harm and safeguard the welfare of participants. Obviously, the Harlows could not take human newborns from their parents to study the importance of physical contact. Many question the ethics of using newborn monkeys in this manner. Here's how the experiment worked. Infant monkeys were put in cages alone, each with 2 artificial surrogate mothers. One surrogate was outfitted with a soft cloth and heated with a bulb, and thus provided some degree of contact comfort. The other surrogate mother did not provide such comfort, as she was made of wire mesh with no cloth covering. Both these surrogates could be set up to feed the infants. In one study, half of the infant monkeys received milk from the cloth surrogates, and the other half got their milk from the wire surrogates. Regardless of which surrogate provided milk, the infant monkeys showed a strong preference for the cloth mother, holding and touching her 15 to 18 hours a day, as opposed to 1 to 2 hours for the wire mother. Soft like mommy. A baby monkey in a laboratory experiment clings to a furry mother surrogate. Research by Harry and Margaret Harlow and colleagues at the University of Wisconsin showed that physical comfort is important for the socio-emotional development of these animals. When given the choice between a wire mesh mother that provided milk and a cloth-covered mother without milk, most of the monkeys opted to snuggle with the cuddly cloth-covered one, according to Harlow, 1958. Harlow and colleagues also created situations in which they purposely scared the infant monkeys with a moving toy bear. They found that the great majority of them, around 80%, ran to the cloth mother, regardless of whether she provided milk. In times of fear and uncertainty, these infant monkeys found more comfort in these soft cloth mothers, according to Harlow, 1958, Harlow and Zimmerman, 1959. Do you think human children would do the same? Erikson's psychosocial stages. L09 explained Erikson's theory of psychosocial development up until puberty. One of the most influential theories of socio-emotional development comes from German-born U.S. psychologist Erik Erikson, 1902 through 1994. According to Erikson, human development is marked by 8 psychosocial stages spanning infancy to old age. Infographic 8.4, Erikson and Erikson, 1997. Each of these stages is marked by a developmental task or an emotional crisis that must be handled successfully to allow for healthy. Each of these stages is marked by a developmental task or an emotional crisis that must be handled successfully to allow for healthy psychological growth. The crisis, according to Erikson, stem from conflicts between the needs of the individual and expectations of society, according to Erikson, 1993. Successful resolution of a stage makes it possible to approach the following stage with more tools, while unsuccessful resolution creates difficulties. Let's take a look at the stages associated with infancy and childhood. Trust versus mistrust, birth to 1 year. In order for infants to learn to trust, caregivers must attend to their needs. If caregivers are not responsive, infants will develop in the direction of mistrust, always expecting the worst of people and the environment. Autonomy versus shame and doubt, 1 to 3 years. If caregivers provide freedom to explore, children learn how to be autonomous and independent. If exploration is restricted and children are punished, they may learn to feel shame and doubt. Initiative versus guilt, 3 to 6 years. During this time, children have more opportunities to extend themselves socially. Often they become more responsible and capable of creating and executing plans. If children do not have responsibilities or cannot handle them, they will develop feelings of guilt and anxiety. The reactions of caregivers are important at this stage. If a child spills milk, the caregiver may respond in a way that encourages initiative. That's okay, mistakes happen to all of us, or in a way that fosters guilt. You are so clumsy. Industry versus inferiority, 6 years to puberty. Children in this stage frequently gauge their learning accomplishments by making comparisons with peers. When successful, they feel a sense of accomplishment and their self-esteem increases. When unsuccessful, they feel a sense of inferiority or incompetence, which could theoretically lead to unstable work habits or unemployment later on. Wow. I feel like these are things that children need to be taught when they're very young, opposed to leaving it up to corrupt politicians and state representatives that are influenced by their toxic friends, and then blaming the parents for being bad parents when they're subject to decisions that are made by state representatives and politicians who are being influenced by their toxic friends. I mean, it's like the blind leading the blind, and they're getting paid to empower misinforming people so they could purposely have somebody to blame and not get in trouble. Infographic 8.4, Erikson's 8 stages. Extended description for infographic 8.4, Erikson's 8 stages. Introductory text reads, psychologist Erik Erikson proposed that human development proceeds through 8 psychological. Introductory text reads, psychologist Erik Erikson proposed that human development proceeds through 8 psychosocial stages outlined below. Each stage is marked by a developmental task or an emotional crisis that must be handled successfully to allow for healthy psychological growth. Erikson and Erikson, 1997. Critics contend that Erikson's theory does not rest on a solid foundation of scientific evidence, but it provides a useful model for conceptualization the different phases of human life. A chart depicts the 8 stages, along with positive resolution and negative resolution for each stage. Birth to 1 year, trust versus mistrust. Positive resolution, trust others, has faith in others. Negative resolution, mistrust others, expects the worst of people. 1 to 3 years, autonomy versus shame and doubt. Positive resolution, learns to be autonomous and independent. Negative resolution, learns to feel shame and doubt when freedom to explore is restricted. 3 to 6 years, initiative versus guilt. Positive resolution, becomes more responsible, shows the ability to follow through. Negative resolution, develops guilt and anxiety when unable to handle responsibilities. 6 years to puberty, industry versus inferiority. Positive resolution, feels a sense of accomplishment and increased self-esteem. Negative resolution, feels inferiority or incompetence, which can later lead to unstable work habits. Puberty to 20s, ego identity versus role confusion. Positive resolution, tries out roles and emerges with a strong sense of values, beliefs, and goals. Negative resolution, lacks a solid identity, experiences withdrawal, isolation, and continued role confusion. Young adulthood, 20s to 40s, intimacy versus isolation. Positive resolution creates meaningful, deep relationships. Negative resolution lives in isolation. Middle adulthood, 40s to mid-60s, generativity versus stagnation. Positive resolution makes a positive impact on the next generation through parenting, community involvement, or work that is valuable and significant. Negative resolution experiences boredom, conceit, and selfishness. Late adulthood, mid-60s and older. Integrity versus despair. Positive resolution feels a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Negative resolution feels regret and dissatisfaction. Erikson's theory includes 4 additional stages, infographic 8.4, all discussed in the upcoming sections on adolescence and adulthood. Show what you know. Question number 1. The blank reflex occurs when you stroke a baby's cheek. They open their mouth and turn their head toward your hand. The blank reflex occurs when you touch the baby's lips. This reflex helps with feeding. The answer is rooting and sucking. The rooting reflex occurs when you stroke a baby's cheek. They open their mouth and turn their head toward your hand. The sucking reflex occurs when you touch the baby's lips. This reflex helps with feeding. Question number 2. When we try to understand new information and experiences by incorporating them into our existing knowledge base, we are using what Piaget called A, the rooting reflex, B, schemas, D, accommodation, or D, assimilation. The answer is D, assimilation. When we try to understand new information and experiences by incorporating them into our existing knowledge base, we are using what Piaget called assimilation. Question number 3. Vygotsky recommended supporting children's cognitive development through blank, pushing them a little harder while gradually reducing the amount of help you give them. The answer is scaffolding. Vygotsky recommended supporting children's cognitive development through scaffolding, pushing them a little harder while gradually reducing the amount of help you give them. Question number 4. Erikson proposed that socio-emotional development comprises 8 psychosocial stages that include. The answer is either A, scaffolding, B, physical maturation, D, developmental tasks or emotional crisis, or D, conservation. The answer is C, developmental tasks or emotional crisis. Erikson proposed that socio-emotional development comprises 8 psychosocial stages that include developmental tasks or emotional crisis. Question number 5. What can new parents expect regarding the sequence of their child's language development, and how might they encourage it? There is a universal sequence of language development. At around 2 to 3 months, infants typically start to produce vowel-like sounds known as cooing. At 4 to 6 months, in the babbling stage, infants combine consonants with vowels. Around their first birthday, many babies utter their first word, and at about 18 months, many are using 2-word phrases, telegraphic speech. As children mature, they start to use more complete sentences. Infants pay more attention to adults who use infant-directed speech and are more likely to provide them with chances to learn and interact, thus allowing more exposure to language. Parents and caregivers should talk with their infants and children as much as possible, as babies benefit from a lot of chatter. The teenage years. From Auschwitz to Manhattan. Michael spent 6 months in Auschwitz as a small child. During that time, his father and brother were killed in a gas. Michael spent 6 months in Auschwitz as a small child. During that time, his father and brother were killed in the gas chambers, and his mother was relocated to a labor camp in Austria. Michael remained under the close watch of his grandmother until Auschwitz was liberated by the Allies, a coalition of forces that included the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union. Before the Soviet Army arrived in January 1945, the Nazis began hiding evidence of their crimes and vacated concentration camps, sending prisoners on death marches into Germany. According to Santora 2020, hundreds of thousands of martyrs died of cold exposure, starvation, exhaustion, or murder by Nazi guards. According to Yad Vashem ND, Michael was extremely ill at the time, so he was in the infirmary when the camp was cleared out. His grandmother, apparently considered a close contact, stayed in the infirmary with him, according to Bornstein and Hollenstadt 2017. After the war, Michael and his mother pose for a photo following the Holocaust on the left. The group photo on the right shows how Michael lost his hair, a result of malnutrition from his time at Auschwitz. After liberation, my grandmother went back to Zarki, Poland, where we were born, Michael explains, but a Polish family had taken the house as their own. My grandmother and I moved to a chicken coop, explains Michael. I was emaciated and didn't have hair on my head. Michael's mother, who miraculously survived her stints at work camps in Austria, returned to Zarki to find him. What I felt when Mamishu enveloped me in her arms was too much joy for words, Michael writes. I don't know how to explain it. According to Bornstein and Hollenstadt 2017, page 235. Michael and his mother moved to Germany for 5 years and then immigrated to the United States. When I came to the U.S. in February 1951, I couldn't speak English, Michael says. I'm not sure we had a quarter to our name, but Michael and his mother were survivors. She worked as a seamstress, and he got a job delivering medications for a pharmacy for 50 cents an hour. Michael had already assumed many adult responsibilities by the time he entered adolescence, the transition period between late childhood and early adulthood. A time of change. Yellow 10 gives examples of significant physical changes that occur during adolescence. Adolescence is a time of dramatic physical growth comparing to that which occurs during fetal development. The growth spurt includes rapid changes in height, weight, and bone growth, and usually begins between ages 9 and 10 for females and ages 12 and 16 for males. Sex hormones, which influence this growth and development, are at high levels. Puberty is the period during which the body changes and becomes sexually mature and able to reproduce. During puberty, the primary sex characteristics, reproductive organs mature. These include the ovaries, uterus, vagina, penis, scrotum, and testes. At the same time, the secondary sex characteristics, physical features not associated with reproduction, become more distinct. These include pubic, underarm, and body hair. Figure 8.4. Figure 8.4, physical changes at puberty. During puberty, the body changes and becomes sexually mature and able to reproduce. The primary sex characteristics, reproductive organs including the ovaries, uterus, vagina, penis, scrotum, and testes mature. Meanwhile, secondary characteristics such as breasts and pubic hair become more distinct. The body changes in women during puberty are as follows: breast development, underarm hair growth, ovaries, enlargement of uterus, pubic hair growth, and menarche, beginning of menstruation. The body changes in man during puberty are as follows: facial, underarm, and chest hair growth, larynx enlargement, pubic hair growth, growth of penis and testes, and sperm mark, beginning of ejaculation. During this time, females experience menarche, or the beginning of menstruation. Menarche can occur as early as age 9 or after age 14, but typical onset is around age 12. According to Martinez 2020, males have their first ejaculation, spermarche, during this time period, but when it occurs is more difficult to specify, as they may be reluctant to talk about the event or fail to remember it, according to Dorn and Belt 2023 and Leducker 2012. Not everyone goes through puberty at the same time. Researchers have linked the timing of puberty to diet, exercise, and exposure to chemicals such as pesticides. According to Seltenrich 2015, Windham et al. 2015, genetics also may play a role, as the age of puberty for both mother and father may be a strong influence on that of their children, according to Wolfartvich et al. 2016, page 2673. Sexual interest peaks in adolescence, yet the brain is not fully developed. This combination of factors can set the stage for risky sexual behaviors. Over half of new sexually transmitted infections affect people ages 15 to 24, yet this group represents only 25% of the sexually active population, according to CDC NDB. Sexually transmitted infections are especially risky for adults. Sexually transmitted infections are especially risky for adolescents because such infections often go untreated and can lead to a host of problems, including infertility. LO11 summarized Piaget's description of cognitive changes occurring in adolescence. What are they thinking? Alongside the remarkable physical changes of adolescence are equally remarkable cognitive developments. As noted earlier, children in this age range are better able to understand abstract and hypothetical concepts. This ability indicates that a teenager has entered Piaget's formal operational stage, which begins in adolescence and continues into adulthood. Individuals in this stage begin using deductive reasoning to draw conclusions and critical thinking to approach arguments. They can reason abstractly, classify ideas, use symbols, and think beyond the current moment. A specific type of egocentrism emerges in adolescence. At a young age, children can only imagine the world from their own point of view. but during adolescence they start becoming aware of other people's perspectives. Egocentrism is still apparent, however, as adolescents believe that others share their preoccupations and ways of thinking. For example, a teenager who focuses on their appearance may think that others are focusing on it too, according to Elkind, 1967. The intense focus on the self may contribute to feelings of immortality, which can result in risk-taking behaviors, according to Elkind, 1967, and Lynn, 2016. Because adolescents have not had many life experiences, they may fail to consider the long-term consequences of behaviors such as unprotected sex or drug use. Their focus on the present, for example, having fun in the moment, outweighs their ability to assess the potential repercussions sexually transmitted disease, infections. Their focus on the present, for example, having fun in the moment, outweighs their ability to assess the potential repercussions, sexually transmitted infections, or drug dependence. To help adolescents avoid risky behaviors such as vaping, we might focus on short-term consequences like bad breath when kissing a partner and long-term dangers such as lung cancer. To help adolescents avoid risky behaviors such as vaping, we might focus on short-term consequences like bad breath when kissing a partner and long-term dangers such as lung cancer, according to Lynn, 2016, Robbins and Bryan, 2004. Acting without thinking. Characteristics of the adolescent brain are thought to contribute to risk-taking. The limbic system, which is responsible for processing emotions and perceiving rewards and punishments, undergoes significant development during adolescence. Meanwhile, more axons are becoming myelinated in the prefrontal cortex, which strengthens connections between neural circuits involved in planning, weighing consequences, and multitasking. Steinberg, 2012. Because the prefrontal cortex develops more slowly than the limbic system, the adolescent may not foresee the possible consequences of reward-seeking activities. Activity in the limbic system overrides that in the prefrontal cortex, sometimes resulting in poor decisions. Changes to the structure of the brain continue through adolescence, resulting in a fully adult brain between ages 22 and 25, and a decline in risk-taking behaviors, according to Guide ETAL 2009 and Steinberg 2010 and 2012. But take note, studies on brain structure provide results for groups, so we cannot assume they apply to every individual, according to Bonnie and Scott 2013, BizDoc ETAL 2021. Too young. Detainees line up at a juvenile detention facility in California as a result of the 2005 Roper v. Simmons decision. According to Bora 2005, defendants being tried for crimes committed before age 18 are no longer candidates for the death penalty. The U.S. Supreme Court arrived at the decision after carefully weighing evidence submitted by the U.S. Supreme Court arrived at this decision after carefully weighing evidence submitted by the American Psychological Association, APA, and others, which suggests that the juvenile mind is still developing and vulnerable to impulsivity and poor decision-making, according to APA 2013-C. Social-emotional teens. Adolescence is a time of great social-emotional development. Conflicts may arise as teenagers search for their identity or sense of self based on values, beliefs, and goals. Until this point in development, identity has been based primarily on the values and beliefs of parents and caregivers. Adolescents explore who they are by trying out different ideas in a variety of categories, including politics and religion. Then they begin to commit to a particular set of beliefs and attitudes, making decisions to engage in activities related to their evolving identity. However, their commitment may shift back and forth, sometimes on a day-to-day basis, according to Klimstra, ETAL 2010. The process of identity formation is to some degree influenced by genetics, according to Markovich et al. 2017. LO12 described how Erikson explained changes in identity during adolescence. Erikson and adolescence. Erikson's theory of development addresses this important issue of identity formation, according to Erikson and Erikson 1997. From puberty to the 20s is the stage of ego identity versus role confusion, which leads to the creation of an adult identity. When teenagers fail to resolve the tasks and crises of the first four stages, they may enter the stage with distrust toward others and feelings of shame, guilt, and inadequacy. Infographic 8.4. During this time, the developing person grapples with important life questions. What career do I want to pursue? What religion, if any, is compatible with my beliefs? This stage often involves trying out different roles. A person who is unable to resolve this crisis will not have a solid sense of identity and may experience withdrawal, isolation, or continued role confusion. Resolution, on the other hand, leads to a stronger sense of values, beliefs, and goals. What part do parents play? Generally speaking, parent-adolescent relationships are positive, according to Peikoff and Brooksgun, 1991, but conflict does increase during early adolescence, according to Van Doorn et al. 2011. Parent-teen struggles often relate to issues of control and parental authority and may revolve around everyday issues such as curfews and chores, according to Branjay 2018. Parents are routinely faced with decisions that impact the health, safety, and well-being of their children. Should I allow my child to play a contact sport? How much screen time should I permit each day? Is a midnight curfew too late? Such dilemmas can spark disagreements between parents and teens. But the turmoil serves an important purpose. It gives teenagers practice in dealing with conflict and negotiation in the context of the family, according to Moed et al. 2015. Fortunately, conflict tends to decline as both parties become more comfortable with the adolescent's growing sense of autonomy and self-reliance, according to Licht Work, Ashoff et al. 2009, and Montenmayer 1983. Connections in the chapters covering memory and cognition, language, and intelligence, we discuss chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, a neurodegenerative disease caused by head trauma. Researchers have found that people who play contact sports are at a higher risk for CTE. Parents should consider the risks of CTE before allowing their children to play contact sports. Friends matter. During adolescence, friends assume a new level of importance. Some parents express concern about the negative influence of peers, but the friendships formed by teens often support the types of behaviors and beliefs parents encouraged during childhood. According to McPherson et al. 2001, adolescents tend to behave more impulsively around peers. Their ability to put the brakes on may be inhibited by perceived social pressure, according to Albert et al. 2013. But peers can also have a positive influence supporting pro-social behaviors like getting good grades and helping others, according to Roseth et al. 2008 and Wenzel et al. 2004. With the use of smartphones and tablets, these negative and positive influences can be transmitted through digital space. Think critically. Have teens gone overboard? Before the COVID pandemic, the average teenager in the United States spent 4 to 6 hours a day using digital technology, which includes texting, social media, and other online activities. According to Twenge et al. 2019, daily usage jumped to nearly 8 hours during the pandemic and does not appear to be returning to the pre-pandemic baseline, according to Nagata et al. 2021. How does all this screen time affect mental health? Are teens becoming more lonely, anxious, depressed? Some researchers are concerned about correlations they have observed. The psychological well-being of adolescents around the world began to decline after 2012 in conjunction with the rise of smartphone access and increased internet use, according to Twenge et al. 2021, page 257. But they say more research is needed to determine whether screen time is causing a decrease in well-being. Think critically. Have teens gone overboard? Before the COVID pandemic, the average teenager in the United States spent 46 hours a day using digital technology, which includes texting, social media, and other online activities, according to Twenge ETAL 2019. Daily usage jumped to nearly 8 hours during the pandemic and does not appear to be returning to the pre-pandemic baseline, according to Narrated ETAL 2021. How does all this screen time affect mental health? Are teens becoming more lonely, anxious, depressed? Some researchers are concerned about correlations they have observed. The psychological well-being of adolescents around the world began to decline after 2012 in conjunction with the rise of smartphone access and increased internet use, according to Twenge ETAL 2021, page 257. But they say more research is needed to determine whether screen time is causing a decrease in well-being. Causation cannot be proven, and more years of data will provide a more complete picture, page 257. Other researchers question whether such a correlation even exists. At present, there does not appear to be robust evidence to suggest that screen time is associated with, let alone a cause of, mental health problems, according to Ferguson ETAL 2012. According to Ferguson ETAL 2022, page 212. Smartphone overload. If you feel like you're spending too much time on your phone, try reducing your daily use by 1 hour. Do this for a week, and you may be pleasantly surprised. In one study, the strategy was associated with increased life satisfaction and more physical activity that lasted as long as 4 months. It was even more effective than completely abstaining from smartphone use, according to Brelovskia, ETAL 2023. What does seem clear is that use of digital media affects individuals differently, according to Puel's ETAL 2021. In one study, researchers examined the emotional states of teens after they received feedback on their Instagram posts. Those who had a stronger tendency towards social comparison and feedback seeking, comparing oneself to others and seeking approval, experienced greater likes they received. In other words, some teens were more emotionally vulnerable when it came to social media feedback, according to Sanchez-Hernandez, ETAL 2022. To fully understand the mental health impact of internet use and social media in particular, we need more research investigating the characteristics of different users and the specific activities they engage in. How does morality develop? LO13 examined Kohlberg's levels of moral development. We cannot help but wonder how the constant presence of digital technology impacts morality. Another important aspect of socio-emotional growth, with so much communication occurring on screens, do we have sufficient real-world interactions to develop a sense of right and wrong? If only we could ask U.S. psychologist Lawrence Kohlberg, 1927 through 1987. Kohlberg proposed that 3 levels of moral development occur sequentially over the lifespan. Table 8.4. To assess the moral reasoning of this study, participants Kohlberg presented them to assess the moral reasoning of this to assess the moral reasoning of his study. Participants Kohlberg presented them with a variety of fictional stories. The Heinz Dilemma, for example, is a story about a man named Heinz trying to save his critically ill wife. Heinz did not have enough money to buy a drug that could save her, so after trying unsuccessfully to borrow money, he finally decided to steal the drug. After learning about Heinz's situation, participants were presented with the following questions. Should the husband have done that? What is right or wrong? According to Kohlberg, 1981, page 12. Kohlberg was not really interested in whether his participants thought Heinz should steal the drug. His goal was to determine the moral reasoning behind their answers. Table 8.4, Kohlberg Stages of Moral Development. Level, age of emergence, moral understanding. What should Heinz do? Pre-conventional moral reasoning. Young children, right and wrong are determined by the consequences. Heinz should not steal the drug because he may go to jail if caught. Conventional moral reasoning around puberty, right and wrong, are informed by the expectations of society and important others. Right and wrong are informed by the expectations of society and important others, not simply personal consequences. Duty and obedience to authorities define what is right. Because society says a husband must take care of his wife, Hines should steal the drugs so that others won't think poorly of him. Or Hines should not steal because stealing is against the law. Post-conventional moral reasoning, adulthood. Right and wrong are determined by the individual's beliefs about morality, which may be inconsistent with society's rules and regulations. Moral behavior is determined by universal principles of justice, equality, and respect for human life. Hines should steal the drug because the laws of society fail to consider his unique situation, or Hines should thoughtfully consider all possible options but ultimately decide that human life overrides societal laws. Kohlberg believed that people pass through different stages of moral development, described here, information from Kohlberg and Hirsch, 1977. Although Kohlberg described moral development as sequential and universal, he noted that environmental influences and interactions with others, particularly those at a higher level of moral reasoning, support its continued development. Additionally, not everyone progresses through all three levels. A person may get stuck at an early stage and remain there for life. Not a perfect theory, Kohlberg's theory of moral development has certain limitations. U.S. psychologist Carol Killigan leveled a number of serious critiques, suggesting that the theory did not represent the moral reasoning of women. 1982. Killigan asserted that Kohlberg discounted the importance of caring and responsibility, and that his initial use of all male samples was partially to blame. Another issue with Kohlberg's theory is that it focuses on the moral reasoning of individuals, and thus primarily applies to Western cultures. In more collectivist cultures, the focus is on the group. Endicott, ETAL 2003. Kohlberg's theory may be useful for examining and measuring moral reasoning, but not necessarily for making predictions. Research indicates that the ability to predict moral behavior is weak at best, according to Blasi, 1980, and Krebs and Denton, 2005. What role does gender play? LO14 define gender and explain how culture plays a role in its development. An important process that often occurs during childhood and adolescence is the development of gender identity. Gender refers to the attitudes, feelings, and behaviors that a given culture associates with a person's biological sex, according to APA 2020b, page 138. We typically use the term sex when referring to biological status and gender to indicate the cultural roles and expectations that distinguish males and females, according to APA 2012b, 2020b, 2023, June 6th. However, classifying people in such categories rely on the gender binary system, which fails to capture the entire spectrum of experiences, according to APA 2022, May 23rd. Gender can also indicate the public and often legally recognized role a person has as a man or woman, boy or girl, or other gender, according to the American Psychiatric Association, 2022. India's Hijra. This dancer in Sabalpura belongs to the non-binary Hijra community. In pre-colonial India, the Hijra were accepted, but the arrival of British colonists marked the beginning of a mainstream discomfort in India with homosexuality, transgender people, and Hijras, according to Gettleman, 2018, paragraph 23. Many other cultures, including Native American and Samoan groups, have a history of embracing non-binary people, according to Burton, 2017. Not a simple dichotomy. Many societies, especially those that have experienced European colonization, have embraced a gender binary system or one that recognizes just two genders. However, some people don't identify with these categories throughout history and across cultures. There have been people who do not consider themselves male or female. Their gender identity is non-binary, according to Tebi Ann Budge, 2022, page 694. A person's gender identity is a deeply felt, inherent sense of being a girl, woman, or female, a boy, a man, or male, a blend of male or female, or an alternative gender, according to APA 2015b, page 834. Learning gender roles. We learn how to behave in gender-conforming ways through the gender roles designated by our culture. In fact, the very concept of gender depends on environment, with some cultures placing more emphasis on physical traits and others focusing on social factors, according to Mazuka ETAL 2023. Students sometimes get confused about the distinction between gender identity and gender roles. Gender identity is a feeling or sense of self that comes from the inside. Gender roles are expectations from the world outside, which one may or may not fulfill. A person may feel like a woman. This is her gender identity. Society has certain expectations of women. They are feminine and nurturing, for example. These are part of a gender role. The social cognitive theory suggests that gender roles can be acquired through observational learning. According to Bussey and Bandura, 1999, Elsquest, ETAL 2012, and Tenenbaum and Leeper, 2002. We learn from our observations of people around us, particularly those of the same gender. Children also learn and model the behaviors represented in electronic media and books, according to Ponal and Heflick, 2023, and Ward and Grower, 2020. Connections. In the learning chapter, we describe how people and animals learn by observing, imitating models. In the learning chapter, we describe how people and animals learn by observing and imitating models. Here, we see how observational learning can shape the formation of gender roles. Operant conditioning is another way gender roles are established. Children often receive reinforcement for behaviors considering gender typical and punishment or lack of attention. For those viewed as atypical, parents, caregivers, relatives, and peers reinforce gender typical behavior by smiling, laughing, and or encouraging. But when children exhibit gender atypical behavior, a boy playing with a doll, for example, the people in their lives might frown, get worried, or even put a stop to it. Through this combination of encouragement and discouragement, a child may learn to conform to society's expectations. Connections. In the learning chapter, we discuss operant conditioning, or learning that results from consequences. Here, the positive reinforcer is encouragement, which leads to an increase in a desired behavior. The punishment is discouragement, which reduces the unwanted behavior. Thinking about gender, children also seem to develop gender roles by actively processing information. BEM 1981. In other words, they think about the behaviors they observe, including any differences between males and females. Often they watch their parents' behavior and follow suit, according to Tenenbaum and Leeper, 2002. Using the information they have gathered, children develop a variety of gender-specific rules they believe should be followed. For example, girls help around the house and boys play with model cars, according to Martin and Cook, 2018, Yee and Brown, 1994. These rules provide a framework for gender schemas, the psychological or mental guidelines that dictate how to be masculine or feminine. Gender schemas are fluid and dependent on context, according to Martin, 2023. Gender roles and gender schemas are easy to confuse. Gender roles are imposed from the outside, society's expectations, but they may shape the gender schemas, mental frameworks, or understanding gender in our minds. Monkey play. A male vervet monkey rolls a toy car on the ground on the left, and a female examines a doll on the right. When provided with a variety of toys, male vervet monkeys spend more time playing with cars and balls, whereas females are drawn to dolls and cooking pots, according to Alexander and Hines, 2002. Similar behaviors have been observed in rhesus monkeys, according to Hassett et al. 2008. These studies suggest a biological basis for the gender-specific toy preferences often observed in human children. Biology and gender. Clearly, culture and learning influence the development of gender-specific behaviors and interests, but could biology clearly culture and learning influence the development of gender-specific behaviors and interests, but could biology play a role too? Research on both children and non-human primates suggests this is the case according to Davis and Hines 2020 and Hines 2011a. A growing body of literature points to a link between testosterone exposure in utero and specific play behaviors according to Swan et al. 2010. For example, male and female infants as young as 3 to 8 months demonstrate gender-specific toy preferences that cannot be explained by mere socialization or learning, according to Hines 2011b. Research using eye tracking technology reveals that female infants spend more time looking at dolls, while male infants tend to focus on toy trucks, according to Alexander et al. 2009. Thus, it seems not all gender-specific behaviors can be attributed to culture and upbringing, according to Martin and Cook 2018. Gender role stereotypes. Despite these findings, not all female children want to play with Barbies, and not all male children enjoy rolling around toy trucks. In other words, many children don't adhere to the gender role stereotypes assigned to them. Gender role stereotypes, which begin to take hold around age 3, are strong ideas about the nature of males and females, how they should dress, what kinds of games they should like, and so on. Such stereotypes are advanced in television, films, and through YouTube content, according to Tolbert and Drogos 2019, Ward and Grower 2020. In one study, researchers found that tweens perceived male YouTubers as more violent and female YouTubers as more attractive and popular, according to Tolbert and Drogos 2019. They also manifest themselves in academic settings. For example, many girls have negative attitudes about math, which seem to be associated with parents' and teachers' expectations about gender-specific differences. For example, many girls have negative attitudes about math, which seem to be associated with parents' and teachers' expectations about gender differences in math competencies, according to Gunderson et al. 2012 and Rodriguez et al. 2020. Androgyny. Those who cross gender role boundaries and engage in behaviors associated with different genders are said to exhibit androgyny. An androgynous person might be nurturing, generally considered a feminine quality, and assertive, generally considered a masculine quality, thereby demonstrating characteristics associated with different genders, according to Johnson et al. 2006, Wood and Eagley 2015. It has been proposed that androgynous people exhibit unusually high levels of creativity, presumably because they are not restricted by gender roles, but data to support this hypothesis is lacking, according to Liu and Damien 2022. Transgender people. At birth, most infants are identified as boy or girl. People whose gender identity aligns with this sex assignment at birth are called cisgender. When sex assigned at birth does not feel right, a person may be transgender. According to the American Psychological Association, transgender refers to people whose gender identity, gender expression, or behavior does not conform to that typically associated with the sex to which they were assigned at birth. According to APA 2023, June 6th, paragraph 2, between 0.3% and 0.5% of U.S. adults identify as transgender. For children and teens, this number is significantly higher, 1.2% to 2.7%, according to Q. Zhang et al. 2020. Breaking barriers. In November 2020, Sarah McBride became the first transgender individual to be elected to a state senate. Following her victory, the senator-elect from Delaware tweeted, "I hope tonight shows an LGBTQ kid that our democracy is big enough for them too," according to Henley 2020, paragraph 3. The American Psychological Association, according to Kelly 2015, Goldberg and Kuvalanka 2018, notes that transitioning from one gender to another may involve medical treatments and changes to names, pronouns, hair, and clothing, according to Kelly 2015, page 422, and Goldberg and Kovalenka 2018. Hormone therapy, surgery, and psychological counseling are all part of gender-affirming care, according to Barbie and McKay 2023. But not everyone pursues all avenues. Some people only change names, pronouns, hair, and clothing. Others take hormones and undergo surgeries to make their bodies align more closely with their gender identity. It is important to note that gender-affirming surgeries are rarely performed for people under age 18. However, puberty blockers are sometimes used to delay the major body changes that puberty brings. This buys some time for children who are still unsure about their gender identity, according to Human Rights Campaign 2023, May 31st. Because there is inconsistency in the labeling of people, we should be sensitive in our use of terminology and, when possible, ask them how they would like to be identified. Note that the term transgender is included in the acronym LGBTQ+, an even larger category encompassing lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, and other people, according to Cherry 2020. There is some confusion about the distinction between non-binary and transgender. As noted earlier, non-binary means not identifying as a male or female or adhering to the gender binary system. Transgender refers to those whose gender identity does not align with the sex they were assigned at birth. There can be overlap between these categories. For example, a person who is transgender does not identify with the sex assigned at birth, may also be non-binary, does not feel aligned with male or female identities. When do we become adults? Goodbye childhood. 2 years after arriving in the United States, Michael turned 13 and had his bar mitzvah, or coming of age ceremony. The Jewish bat mitzvah, marks the transition into adulthood, as do ceremonies and rituals observed in other cultures. The Australian walkabout, Christian confirmation, and Latin American quinceañera, to name a few. Being a new kid in a foreign country, Michael didn't have many friends to invite to his bar mitzvah. I was shy. I had a tattoo. I had clothes that didn't fit in with the other kids, he recalls. But on the other day of the celebration, he was surrounded by aunts, uncles, and cousins. Of the 3,400 Jews who had lived in Zarki, only 27 returned after the Holocaust, and many ended up moving to New York. Basking in the love of his extended family, Michael celebrated the beginning of Jewish adulthood, according to Bornstein and Hollenstadt 2017. Emerging adulthood. In the United States, the legal age of adulthood is 18 for some activities, voting, military enlistment, and 21 for others, drinking, financial responsibilities. These ages are not consistent across cultures. In some countries, for example, the legal drinking age is as young as 16. In Western societies, the line between adolescence and adulthood is becoming somewhat blurred, as young people depend on their families longer and marry much later. According to ARNET 2000, United States Census Bureau 2022, figure 8.5, psychologists propose a phase of emerging adulthood which spans 18 to 25 years of age and is characterized by exploration and opportunity. The emerging adulthood has neither the permanent responsibilities of adulthood nor the dependency of adolescence. By this time, most adolescent egocentrism has disappeared, which is apparent in intimate relationships and empathy, according to Elkind 1967. One can seek out loving relationships, education, and new worldviews before settling into the relative permanency of family and career, according to ARNET 2000. Figure 8.5, age of first marriage. Many developmental psychologists consider marriage one of the markers of adulthood because it can represent the first time a person leaves the family home. Since the 1950s and 60s, the median age at which people marry for the first time has increased, a trend that appears likely to continue. Information from the U.S. Census Bureau. The graph contains two lines, pink for women and blue for men. The horizontal axis is labeled with years from 1950 through 2022 in increments of 10 years. The vertical axis is labeled median age beginning from age 20 through 31 in increments of 1. The lines show gradual increases in both men and women for first marriages. Approximate data for men are as follows: 1950, 22.8, 1960, 22.5, 1970, 23.1, 1980, 24.5, 1990, 26.2, the year 2000, 27, 2010, 28.5, 2022, 29.1. Approximate data for women are as follows: 1950, 20.2, 1960, 20.1, 1970, 20.9, 1980, 22.1, 1990, 23.8, the year 2000, 25.1, 2010, 26, 2022, 28.1. Show what you know. Question number 1. The physical features not associated with reproduction, but that become more distinct during adolescence are known as: A. Primary sex characteristics. B. Secondary sex characteristics. C. Menarche. D. Puberty. The answer is B. Secondary sex characteristics. The physical features not associated with reproduction, but that become more distinct during adolescence are known as secondary characteristics. Question number 2. Helicopter or drone? Parents pave the way for their children, troubleshooting problems for them and attempting to make certain they are always successful. How might this type of parenting impact an adolescent in Erikson's stage of ego identity versus role confusion? Answers will vary. During the stage of ego identity versus role confusion, adolescents seek to define themselves through their values, beliefs, and goals. If helicopter or drone, parents have been troubleshooting all their children's problems. The children have never had to learn to take care of themselves. Thus, they may feel helpless and unsure of how to handle problems that arise. The parents might also have ensured the children were successful in every endeavor, but this too could cause the children to be unable to identify their true strengths, again interfering with the creation of an adult identity. Blank moral reasoning usually is seen in younger children. Blank moral reasoning. Question number 3. Blank moral reasoning usually is seen in young children, and it focuses on the consequences of behaviors, both good and bad. The answer is pre-conventional. Pre-conventional moral reasoning usually is seen in young children, and it focuses on the consequences of behaviors, both good and bad. Question number 4. A 14-year-old has begun to use deductive reasoning to draw conclusions and critical thinking to support their arguments. Their cognitive development is occurring in Piaget's. Is the answer A, formal operational stage, B, concrete operational stage, C, ego identity versus role confusion stage, or D, conservation task? The answer is A, formal operational stage. A 14-year-old has begun to use deductive reasoning to draw conclusions and critical thinking to support their arguments. Their cognitive development is occurring in Piaget's formal operational stage. Question number 5. A 6th grader states that men are more assertive, logical, and in charge than women. The child has learned about this blank from sources in their immediate environment and culture. Is the answer A, gender identity, B, observational learning, or C, gender role, or D, androgyny? The answer is C, gender role. A 6th grader states that men are more assertive, logical, and in charge than women. The child has learned about this gender role from sources in their immediate environment and culture. Adulthood. We are lucky, extremely lucky. At the age of 18, Michael was adopted to Fordham University, a Catholic university in New York City. I was ready to start college, and I was homeless again, Michael says. I didn't have a place, and Fordham put me up. And they were absolutely, absolutely wonderful. After earning a pharmacy degree at Fordham, Michael attended the University of Iowa, where he earned a PhD in pharmaceutics and analytical chemistry, the precursor to a long and successful career in pharmaceutical research. My greatest accomplishment at the university, though, was meeting a young man named Judy Cohen, who would become my wife and the love of my life. Michael writes, according to Bornstein and Hallenstadt, 2017, pages 311 through 312. Michael and Judy went on to have 4 children and 12 grandchildren, all human lives that would not exist had Michael experienced the typical fate of a child in Auschwitz. We are lucky, extremely lucky, says Michael, who is now 82 years old. Love grows. Michael and his wife, Judy, have been married for almost 6 decades. The Holocaust robbed Michael of his father and brother. It claimed his home and community after starting from a place of profound loss and suffering. How did Michael find happiness? He doesn't really focus on the things he didn't have, Debbie says of her father. He always, I think, felt grateful for the things he did have. Many Holocaust survivors lost everything, their families, and everything they owned. But Michael and his mother and several aunts and uncles, he has always felt lucky. Michael continues to look forward, but he will never forget the past, and he understands the importance of sharing his story. In 2017, Michael and Debbie celebrated the publication of their book, Survivors Club, the true story of a very young prisoner of Auschwitz. Exploring his personal history has created a change in Michael, according to family members. He seems more at peace, according to Bornstein and Hallenstadt, 2017, page 314. Perhaps some of those early wounds have finally healed. The authors, Michael and his daughter Debbie, are co-authors of Survivors Club, the true story of a very young prisoner of Auschwitz. The book is geared toward younger readers, but is an invaluable resource for anyone wanting to better understand the Holocaust. Many of Michael's greatest accomplishments, helping develop life-saving medicines through his research career, building a large and happy family with Judy, and co-authoring Survivors Club with Debbie, occurred in the developmental stage known as adulthood. Developmental psychologists have identified various stages of this long period, each corresponding to an approximate age group. Early adulthood spans the 20s and 30s, middle adulthood the 40s to mid-60s, and late adulthood everything beyond. Aging bodies. LO15 names several of the most important physical changes that occur across adulthood. The most obvious signs of aging tend to be physical in nature. Often you can estimate a person's age just by looking at their hands or facial lines. Understanding physical development is important because it impacts behavior and mental processes. Early adulthood. During early adulthood, we are typically at the height of our muscular and cardiovascular ability. Other systems have already begun their downhill journey, however. One example is hearing, which often starts to decline as a result of noise-induced damage, beginning in early adolescence, according to NISCAR ETAL 2001, World Health Organization WHO 2018. The body is fairly resilient at this stage, but lifestyle choices can have profound health consequences. Heavy drinking, poor eating habits, obesity, a lack of exercise, and smoking can make a person look, feel, and function like someone much older. All these factors have been associated with a high risk for cardiovascular disease and premature death in middle adulthood, according to Baker, ETAL 2021, and Holseg, ETAL 2016, and Liu, ETAL 2012. Connections. In the Sensation and Perception chapter, we describe the causes of hearing impairment. Sensory neural deafness results from damage to the hair cells or auditory nerves. Conduction hearing impairment occurs when the eardrum or middle ear bones are compromised. Exposure to loud sounds may play a role in hearing impairment that begins in adolescence. During this time, fertility-related changes occur for both men and women. Female fertility decreases by 6% in the late 20s, 14% in the early 30s, and 31% in the late 30s, according to Mencken, ETAL 1986, and Nelson, ETAL 2013. Men also experience a fertility dip, but it appears to be gradual and results from fewer and poorer quality sperm, according to Sloter, ETAL 2006. It is not until age 50 that male fertility declines substantially, according to Kidd, ETAL 2001. Middle adulthood. In middle adulthood, the skin wrinkles and sags due to loss of collagen and elastin, and skin spots may appear, according to Bulpett, ETAL 2001. Hair starts to turn gray and might fall out. Hearing loss continues and may be exacerbated by exposure to loud noises. According to Kujawa and Lieberman, 2006, eyesight may decline, the bones may weaken, and osteoporosis can occur. According to Kaczmarek, 2015. Oh, and did we mention he might shrink? But do not despair. There are measures you can take to slow the aging process occurring in cells throughout your body. Cellular aging has been associated with the shortening of telomeres, DNA and protein structures found at the ends of chromosomes. And some research suggests you can combat telomere shrinkage with simple lifestyle choices, getting exercise and good sleep, steering clear of cigarettes, and taking steps to reduce stress may help preserve the integrity of telomeres, possibly reducing your risk of age-related ailments, according to Hopt, ETAL 2022, Ornish, ETAL 2013, and Weintraub, 2017. For women, middle adulthood is a time of major physical change. Estrogen production decreases, the uterus shrinks, and menstruation no longer follows a regular pattern. This marks the transition toward menopause, the time when ovulation and menstruation cease, and reproduction is no longer possible. Menopausal women can experience hot flashes, sweating, vaginal dryness, and sleep disruptions, according to Santoro, ETAL 2021. These symptoms may sound unpleasant, but many women report a sense of relief following the cessation of their menstrual periods, as well as increased interest in sexual activity, according to Itag, 2008. Men experience their own constellation of midlife physical changes, sometimes referred to as male menopause or andropause, according to Kaczmarek, 2015. Some suggest calling it androgen decline, as there is a reduction in testosterone production, not an end to it, according to Morales, ETAL 2000. Men in middle adulthood may complain of depression, fatigue, and cognitive difficulties, which might be associated with lower testosterone, according to. But research suggests this link between hormones and behavior is evident in only a tiny proportion of aging men, according to Pines, 2011. Late adulthood, which begins around 65, is also characterized by the decline of many physical functions. Eye problems such as cataracts and impaired night vision are common. Hearing continues on a downhill course, and research suggests age-related hearing loss is linked to cognitive decline. However, the causal relationship between these two factors is unclear, and using hearing aids may help preserve some cognitive functions, according to Logri, ETAL 2018. What do the legs reveal about aging? Slow gait, walking speed in middle age may be a sign of early aging, according to a study of more than 900 people in New Zealand. Participants who mere slow walkers at age 45 also displayed signs of deterioration of multiple organ systems and smaller total brain volume, according to Hartman Rasmussen, ETAL 2019, page 10. Move it or lose it. As the years go by, some degree of physical decline is inevitable. But with simple lifestyle changes, we may be able to slow some of the processes associated with aging, according to DiStefano and Goodpaster 2018 and Dugal ETAL 2018. One of the best strategies is to get your body moving. Resistance strength training is associated with increased muscle mass and strength, both of which are predictors of longevity and improved heart health, according to Fisher ETAL 2017, page 80, and Smith 2021. Strength training also helps prevent injuries from falls, which can pave the way for other health problems, according to Ludin 2020. Meanwhile, aerobic exercise improves bone density and muscle strength, and lowers the risk of cardiovascular disease and obesity. It's good for your brain too. According to one study, a single 15-minute workout, either walking on a treadmill or doing a high-intensity circuit training, provides a short-term boost in working memory in young adults, according to Wilkie 2020. The biological processes underlying these changes are still being investigated, according to Mass ETAL 2016, but animal research suggests that exercise promotes the production of new neurons in the hippocampus, a brain structure that plays a central role in memory, according to Rachelin and Alexander 2017, and Weintraub 2019, figure 8.6. When you take good care of your body, you're also taking care of your mind. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we discuss neurogenesis, the creation of new neurons that occurs in some areas of the brain. As we age, this production of new neurons seems to be supported by physical exercise. Figure 8.6, exercise to build bigger brains. To study the effects of exercise on the aging brain, researchers randomly assigned participants to two groups. One group engaged in a program of gentle stretching exercises, and the other began doing more aerobic activity. During the course of the year-long study, the researchers found typical levels of age-related shrinking of hippocampal volume in the stretching group. However, in the group that exercised more vigorously, not only was age-related deterioration prevented, but hippocampal volume actually increased, with corresponding improvements in memory, according to Erickson ETAL 2011. Information from Erickson ETAL 2011. Extended description for figure 8.6, exercise to build bigger brains. The labels on the horizontal axis read start 6 months and 1 year. The vertical axis labeled hippocampal size ranges from 4.6 to 5.2 in increments of 0.1. The approximate data in the graph are as follows. The line labeled exercise is upward sloping. The hippocampal size corresponds to 4.9 at start, increases, and corresponds to 5.0 after 1 year. The line labeled stretching is downward sloping. The line labeled stretching is downward sloping. The hippocampal size corresponds to 4.9 at start, decreases, and corresponds to 4.81 after 1 year. Aging minds. What goes on in the brain as we pass through the stages of adulthood, and how do these changes affect our ability to function? Let's explore cognitive development in adulthood. LO16 identify the most significant cognitive changes that occur across adulthood. Early adulthood measures of aptitude, such as intelligence tests, indicate that cognitive ability remains stable from early to middle adulthood. According to Larson ETAL 2008, through processing speed begins to decline. According to Shea 1993, young adults are theoretically in Piaget's formal operational stage, which means they can think logically and systemically, but some estimate that only 50% of adults ever exhibit formal operational thinking, according to Arlen 1975. Middle and late adulthood. Good news for people in their 40s and 50s. Cognitive function does not necessarily fade during this time of life. In fact, longitudinal studies indicate that decreases in cognitive abilities cannot be reliably measured before 60, according to Gersdorf et al. 2011 and Shea 1993-2008. There are some exceptions, however. Midlife is a time when information processing and memory can decline, particularly long-term memory, according to Rand et al. 2013. Now here's the good news. Older people may be getting sharper from one generation to the next. The Seattle longitudinal study has shown that the cognitive performance of today's 70-year-old participants is similar to the performance of 65-year-olds tested 30 years ago, according to Gersdorf et al. 2011, Shea 1993, and 2008. What does this finding tell us? From cognitive abilities perspective, turning 65 does not mean it is time to retire. Processing speed may slow with old age, but older adults are still capable of innovation and awe-inspiring accomplishments, according to Kennedy 2017. Frank Lloyd Wright finished designing New York's Guggenheim Museum when he was 89 years old, and Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa when he was 76. Golden years. Late adulthood can be a time of great intellectual, humanitarian, and physical achievement. Ingeborg Silem Rappaport, on the left, was 102 when she earned her doctorate degree. Nelson Mandela, in the middle, was 76 years old when he became the first black president of South Africa. And Wang Deshun, on the right, was 79 years old when he strolled down this catwalk in China Fashion Week. If you review studies from the 20th century, you will observe intelligence scores increasing over the generations and across the world, although some evidence suggests that these gains have not remained consistent, according to Flynn and Shayer 2018. The differences are so impressive that many people taking IQ tests in the 1930s would be considered cognitively delayed by today's standards, according to Flynn 2009. We call this global phenomenon the Flynn effect, according to Flynn 2012. Does this mean that people of today are smarter than those from decades past? Researcher James Flynn, 1934 through 2020, suggested this was not the case. 2012. Intelligence scores are most likely increasing because we confront a larger spectrum of cognitive problems than those who became. Researcher James Flynn, 1934 through 2020, suggested this was not the case. 2012. Intelligence scores are most likely increasing because we confront a larger spectrum of cognitive problems than those who came before us. In other words, we now seem to encounter more issues that require abstract thinking. Earlier, we mentioned that physical exercise provides a cognitive boost. The same appears to be true of mental exercises, such as those required for playing a musical instrument, according to Hannah Platty and Mackay 2011. That said, there does appear to be a lot of hype surrounding the use it or lose it mantra of aging. The declaration that exercising the brain will stop cognitive decline might be a slight overstatement, according to Salthouse 2006. Although there are clear benefits to doing crossword puzzles and reading the newspaper, the evidence is not conclusive that the effects are unique to older adults. Perhaps the best advice for older people is to keep both their brain and body active. People who continue to work both physically and mentally and remain in good physical shape are less likely to experience significant cognitive decline, according to Ham et al. 2020 and Rodwetter and Willis 2010. They may even live longer, as later retirement has been linked to longer survival, according to Wu et al. 2016. Thus, if your goal is to maintain a sharp mind as you age, don't just increase your Sudoku playing or reading time. You need to maintain a balanced approach that incorporates a broad range of activities, including those that provide social stimulation. Connections. Here, we are reminded of an issue presented in Chapter 1. We must be careful not to equate correlation with causation. In this case, a decline in cognitive ability may lead to earlier retirement, not the other way around. Social emotional adults. LO17 explains some of the socio-emotional changes that occur across adulthood. Earlier, we described Erikson's approach to explaining socio-emotional development from infancy through adolescence, noting that unsuccessful resolution of prior stages has implications for the stages that follow infographic 8.4. Here, we will look at the stages associated with adulthood. Intimacy versus isolation, 20s to 40s. During young adulthood, people tend to focus on creating meaningful, deep relationships, and failing at this endeavor may lead to a life of isolation. This focus shifts away from fun-filled first experiences with sex and love to deeper connections. For many, the 20s represent a transition between the here and now type of relationships of adolescence to the serious long-term partnerships of adulthood, according to Arnett 2000. Generativity versus stagnation, 40s to mid-60s. Moving into middle adulthood, we begin to evaluate our lives. Positive resolution of this stage includes feeling like we have made a real impact on the next generation through parenting, community involvement, or work that is valuable and significant. Those who cannot resolve this crisis face stagnation characterized by boredom, conceit, and selfishness. Integrity versus despair, mid-60s and beyond. In late adulthood, we look back on life and evaluate how we have done. If previous stages have resulted in positive resolutions, we feel a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. If not, we feel regret and dissatisfaction. Erikson's work has an important place in the field of developmental psychology, but it provides more of a framework than substantive research findings. His theory was based on case studies with limited supporting evidence. Furthermore, the developmental tasks associated with the 8 stages might not be limited to particular time frames. For example, creating an adult identity is not restricted to adolescence. At this stage, may resurface at any point in adulthood, according to Schwartz 2001. Now it's time to revisit a topic touched on in earlier sections, something that many people consider most challenging yet rewarding aspect of adult life: parenthood. The many shades of parenting. Earlier we described the different types of attachment that can form between children and parents. In most cases, the attachments are influenced by parenting approaches. U.S. psychologist Diana Baumrind, 1927 through 2018, studied parenting for over 4 decades, and she identified 4 parenting behavioral styles: 1966, 1971, and 2013. These styles seem to be stable across situations and are distinguished by levels of warmth, responsiveness, and control, according to Baumrind 2013 and Maccabee and Martin 1983. Parents who insist on rigid boundaries show little warmth and want to control their children, exhibiting. Parents who insist on rigid boundaries show little warmth and want to control their children exhibit authoritarian parenting. They want things done in a certain way. Because I said no, no questions asked. Authoritarian parents are extremely strict. Their kids in turn may have lower self-assurance and autonomy and experience problems in social settings, according to Baumrind 1991. There may be exceptions to this rule, however. In situations where child safety is at risk, authoritarian parenting is actually more adaptive, according to Herzog ETAL 2015, page 121. Authoritative parenting may sound similar to authoritarian parenting, but it is very different. Parents who practice authoritative parenting set high expectations, demonstrate a warm attitude, and are responsive to their children's needs. Being supported and respected, children of authoritative parents are responsive to their parents' expectations. They also tend to be self-assured, independent, responsible, and friendly, according to Baumrind, 1991. There appears to be a positive relationship between the authoritative style and parental education. There appears to be a positive relationship between the authoritative style and parental education, according to Anton ETAL 2015. With permissive parenting, the parent demands little of the child and imposes few limitations. These parents are very warm, but often make next to no effort to control their children. Ultimately, their children tend to lack self-control, act impulsively, and show little respect for boundaries. Those who demonstrate uninvolved parenting seem indifferent to their children. Emotionally detached, these parents exhibit minimal warmth and devote little time to their kids apart from taking care of basic needs. Children raised by uninvolved parents tend to exhibit behavioral problems, poor academic performance, and immaturity, according to Baumrind, 1991. Keep in mind that the great majority of research on these parenting styles had been conducted in the United States, and that the impact of parenting styles may be mediated by cultural norms, according to Grusek, ETAL 2000, and Lansford, ETAL 2018. For example, permissive parenting may have benefits that are specific to some Western European and Latin American cultures, perhaps because these societies place a high value on affection and egalitarian relations, according to Pincourt and Causer, 2018, page 84. Additional factors to consider include the home environment, the child's temperament and personality, and the unique parent-child relationship. Children with irritable and easygoing dispositions will not exhibit the same reactions to the restrictions imposed by authoritarian parents. For example, according to Grusek and Goodnow, 1994. Growing old with grace. When some people think of growing older, they imagine a disabled and frail person sitting in a bathrobe and staring out the window. This stereotype is not simply accurate. Less than 1% of the U.S. population lives in a nursing home or residential care community. National Center for Health Statistics, 2019. Most older adults enjoy active, healthy, independent lives. They are involved in their communities, faiths, and social networks, and contrary to popular beliefs, a large number have active sex lives, according to Lindau, ETAL 2007, and Milani, ETAL 2018. Unfortunately, there has been a decline in lifespan in the United States, with the average life expectancy of women in 2021 being 79.1 years, and men 73.2 years, according to Arias, ETAL 2022. Many of us dread this winter of life, but perhaps we should look forward to it. Research suggests that happiness generally increases with age, according to Keeney, ETAL 2022. Positive emotions become more frequent than negative ones, and emotional stability increases, meaning that we experience fewer extreme mood swings, according to Carstensen, ETAL 2011. Sadness, fear, and anger tend to diminish with age, although the frequency of these emotions may depend somewhat on personality, according to Potter, ETAL 2020. Why might older people feel happy? Perhaps they no longer care about proving themselves, feel pleased with the outcome of their lives, or have developed a strong sense of emotional equilibrium, according to Jess D, ETAL 2013. Put your heads together. Think of some older people you respect and want to emulate. In your group, A, describe some recent accomplishments of these older individuals. B, discuss the factors that you think have led to their successful aging. C, how would you define successful aging? D, what would you say to someone who harbors negative stereotypes about older people? Michael is not alone. 1 month after the publication of Survivor's Club, Debbie received an email from a woman named Tova Friedman. My name is Tova Friedman. I'm one of the little girls standing near your father in the photo, she wrote, referring to the picture of Michael and the other Auschwitz children showing their tattoos, according to Ribbons 2018, Paris 7. As it turned out, Tova lived less than an hour away, and she knew another woman, according to Sarah Ludwig, who had also appeared in the photo with Michael. Soon after Tova reached out to Debbie, the three survivors were sitting together at Debbie's house, laughing, crying, and eating bagels. It's destiny that we stood next to each other in the photo and that we get to know each other now, Tova said in an interview with Guideposts. It's a statement that evil doesn't win. There's always a positive spirit that fights its way through. Just like us, it survives. Paragraph 29. A beautiful reunion. Michael posed with fellow survivors Tova Friedman on the far left and Sarah Ludwig. They point to their faces in the photo from the liberation of Auschwitz in 1945. In 2020, just before the COVID-19 pandemic swept the globe, a much larger reunion of survivors took place, this time at Auschwitz. Over 100 people from around the world came to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the camp's liberation. Michael had visited Auschwitz before, and it wasn't easy. I went with a lot of trepidation and concern, he says, but in retrospect, it was probably a good move to go back and kind of see closure. In the recent visit to Auschwitz, there was more levity. The survivors all knew the same songs, which they would break out into regularly, recalls Debbie, who attended with her father, and they all spoke Yiddish still after all these years. Michael and his fellow survivors belong to a small group of people who can provide first-hand accounts of what happened in Nazi concentration camps, but their numbers are rapidly decreasing. They are now in their 80s, 90s, and beyond, and many have died since that 2020 reunion, according to Debbie and Michael. When Michael contemplates his own death, he is not afraid or disturbed by the idea. After surviving the unimaginable, he built a beautiful life grounded in family and love. Dying and death. Everyone has a unique experience with death, but we can observe some patterns when looking at large groups of people. As Swiss-U.S. psychiatrist Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, 1926 to 2004, observed in the early 1960s, people often have similar reactions when confronted with the news they are dying. Stages of denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. These stages, Kubler-Ross 2009 suggested, are coping mechanisms for dealing with what is to come. Denial. In the denial stage, people may react to the news with shock and disbelief, perhaps even suggesting the doctors are wrong. Unable to accept the diagnosis, they may seek other medical advice. Anger. Dying people may feel anger toward others who are healthy or toward the doctor who does not have the cure. Why me? They may wonder, projecting anger and irritability in a seemingly random fashion. Bargaining. This stage may involve negotiating with God, doctors, or other powerful figures for a way out. Usually, this involves some sort of time frame. Let me live to witness my firstborn get married, or just give me one more month to get my finances in order. Depression. There comes a point when dying people can no longer ignore the inevitable. Depression may be due to the symptoms of illness, but it can also result from the overwhelming sense of loss, the loss of the future. Acceptance. Eventually, dying people accept the finality of their predicament. Death is inevitable, and it is coming soon. This stage can deeply impact family and close friends, who in some respects may need more support than the person who is dying. According to one oncologist, the timing of acceptance is quite variable. For some people, it occurs moments before death. For others, soon after they learn there is no chance of recovery from their illness, according to Lacombe 2004. Kubler-Ross was instrumental in bringing attention to the importance of attending to the dying person, according to Charlton and Verghese 2010, and Kastenbaum and Costa 1977. The stages she proposed provide a valuable framework for understanding death, but every person responds in a unique way. For some, these stages are overlapping. Others don't even experience them, according to Schneidman, 1973. Also note that this theory has not been thoroughly investigated, and it arose in a Western cultural context. Evidence suggests that people from other cultures have very different perspectives on dying and death. Across the world, death in different cultures. What does death mean to you? Some of us believe death marks the beginning of a peaceful afterlife. Others view it as a crossing over from one life to another. Still others believe death is like turning off the lights. Once you're gone, it's all over. Views of death are very much related to religion and culture. A common belief among Indian Hindus, for example, is that one should spend a lifetime preparing for a good death. Sumirtu. Often this means dying in old age after conflicts have been put to rest, family matters settled, and farewells said. To prepare a loved one for a good death, relatives place the person on the floor at home or on the banks of the Ganges River if possible, and give them water from the hallowed Ganges. If these and other rituals are not carried out, the dead person's soul may become trapped and the family suffers the consequences, nightmares, infertility, and other forms of misfortune, according to Firth, 2005. In cultures heavily influenced by Confucianism, family members may care for parents at the end of their lives. In Korea and Taiwan, dying and death is perceived not as a personal issue, but rather a family issue, according to Cheng et al. 2015, page 4. Meanwhile, in some Western cultures, elderly people may not plan for death or believe in an afterlife. One study found that nearly half of German centenarians did not believe in life after death, according to Borner et al. 2018. Imagine a psychologist trying to assist grieving relatives without any knowledge of these beliefs and traditions, or the culture-specific ways people show sympathy and compassion for others, according to Koopman, Home and Tse, 2014. Celebrating the dead. Crowds in Yucatan, Mexico, parade the streets for the Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead festival. During this holiday, people in Mexico and other parts of Latin America celebrate the lives of the deceased. Music is played, feasts are prepared, and graves are adorned with flowers to welcome back the spirits of relatives who have passed. In this cultural context, death is not something to be feared or dreaded, but rather a part of life that is embraced, according to Ward and Etherton, ND. Words of wisdom from the ultimate survivor. If you were to ask Michael for advice on surviving college and life in general, what would he say? Most likely, he would share what he learned from his mother, who was forever optimistic and appreciated the importance of education. There are many, many smart geniuses who think they're better than anyone else, and they wind up in a gutter, Michael says. I don't consider myself very smart, but hard work is critical and education is critical. Another value Michael emphasizes is kindness. As my dad said, there might be people who are smarter than you or think they're better in some ways, Debbie says, but kindness matters, and treating other people with kindness, standing up for people when you see injustice, even when it doesn't affect you. That's something that my dad has taught us. You see parallels not just with Jewish people, but Black people, Hispanic people, the LGBT community, Michael notes. As he said in a 2020 interview, the Holocaust did not start by killing millions of Jews. It started by making jokes about Jews and other groups, according to Bornstein, 2020, January 3rd, 1 minute and 13 seconds through 1 minute and 27 seconds. Learn from the past and be part of the generation that ends bigotry, 1 minute and 59 seconds through 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Happy family. Michael in the center is surrounded by the love of his children and grandchildren. Show what you know. Question number 1. Physical changes during middle adulthood include declines in hearing, eyesight, and height. Which of the following does research suggest can help limit the aging process? Is the answer A, physical exercise, B, elastin, C, andropause, or D, collagen? The answer is A, physical exercise. Physical changes during middle adulthood include declines in hearing, eyesight, and height. Which of the following does research suggest can help limit the aging process? Physical exercise. Question number 2. An aging relative in their mid-70s is looking back on their life and evaluating what they have accomplished. They feel satisfied with their work, family, and friends. Erickson would say that this relative has succeeded in solving the crisis of blank versus blank. The answer is integrity and despair. An aging relative in their mid-70s is looking back on their life and evaluating what they have accomplished. They feel satisfied with their work, family, and friends. Erickson would say that this relative has succeeded in solving the crisis of integrity versus despair. Question number 3. What are some important cognitive changes that occur across adulthood? Information processing and long-term memory begin to decline in midlife. However, decreases in general cognitive abilities cannot be reliably measured before age 60. Chapter 8, Review, Summary of Concepts. LO1, Define Human Development. Development refers to the changes that occur in physical, cognitive, and social-emotional functioning over the course of the lifespan. The goal of developmental psychology is to examine these changes, which begin at conception and end at death. LO2, outline the 3 long-standing discussions in developmental psychology. In the field of developmental psychology, debates often center on 3 major themes: stages and continuity, nature and nurture, and stability and change. Each of these themes relates to a basic question. 1. Does development occur in separate or discrete stages, or is it a steady, continuous process? 2. What are the relative roles of heredity and environment in human development? 3. How stable is personality over a lifetime and across situations? LO3. Identify several research methods used in the study of human development. Developmental psychologists use various methods to explore changes across the lifespan. The cross-sectional method examines people of different ages at one point in time, while the longitudinal method follows one sample of individuals over a certain period. In the cross-sequential method, participants are divided into age groups and followed over time, so researchers can examine developmental changes within individuals and across different age groups. LO4, examine the role genes play in our development. All the cells in the human body except for red blood cells have a nucleus at the center. All the cells in the human body except for the red blood cells have a nucleus at their center. Inside this nucleus are chromosomes, which contain genes made of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. Genes provide the blueprint for physiological development and, to some degree, psychological development. At conception, the sperm and egg merge to form a zygote, a single cell that eventually gives rise to trillions of cells that make up a human body. The sex chromosomes encode the genetic sex of the developing person. If the genetic sex is XX, the zygote generally develops into a female. If the genetic sex is XY, the zygote generally develops into a male. LO5, discuss how genotype and phenotype relate to development. Genotype refers to an individual's unique collection of genes. These genes are found on 23 pairs of chromosomes, 46 chromosomes in all, located in the nucleus of most cells. Genotype does not change in response to the environment, but it does interact with the environment. The The result of this interaction is one's phenotype or unique set of physical and psychological characteristics. LO6 describes the progression of prenatal development. At the moment of conception, the mother's egg and the father's sperm come together to form a zygote. The zygote immediately begins to divide into two cells. Then each of those cells divides, and so on. During the germinal period, conception to the end of the second week, the rapidly dividing zygote implants in the uteral. During the germinal period, conception to the end of the second week, the rapidly dividing zygote implants in the uterine wall. Between the third and eighth weeks of development, the mass of cells is called an embryo. From 2 months to birth, the growing human is identified as a fetus. The amniotic sac serves as a protective barrier, but harmful environmental agents called teratogens can damage the growing embryo or fetus. Radiation, viruses, bacteria, chemicals, alcohol, and drugs are all considered teratogens. LO7 summarize the physical changes that occur in infancy. As newborns grow, they experience astounding changes, both seen and unseen. We see advancement in demonstrated capabilities known as the motor milestones, and an increasingly sophisticated ability to discriminate among sensory stimuli. These sensory motor advances are made possible by dramatic developments in the brain. Neurons rapidly sprout new connections, and this synaptic growth is influenced by experiences and simulation. Neurons rapidly sprout new connections, and this synaptic growth is influenced by experiences and stimulation from the environment. LO8 discuss the key elements of Piaget's and Vygotsky's theories of cognitive development. One important component of cognition, according to Piaget, is the schema, a collection of ideas that serves as a building block of understanding. Humans are driven to advance intellectually, partly as a result of an innate need to maintain cognitive equilibrium. With assimilation, we understand new information using an already existing schema. With accommodation, we restructure old notions to make a place for new information. Piaget proposed that cognitive development occurs in 4 stages: sensory motor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. Vygotsky was interested in how social and cultural factors affect cognitive development. One way to help children's cognitive development is through scaffolding, pushing them to go just beyond what they are competent and comfortable doing, but also providing help when needed in a decreasing manner. LO9 explained Erikson's theory of psychosocial development up until puberty. According to Erikson, human development is marked by 8 psychosocial stages spanning infancy to old age. Each stage is marked by a developmental task or an emotional crisis that must be handled successfully to allow for healthy psychological growth. These stages from infancy to puberty are the following: trust versus mistrust, autonomy versus shame and doubt, initiative versus guilt, and industry versus inferiority. LO10 give examples of significant physical changes that occur during adolescence. The growth spurt of adolescence includes rapid changes in height, weight, and bone growth. Sex hormones, which influence this growth and development, are at high levels during this time. Primary sex characteristics, features associated with reproductive organs, and secondary sex characteristics, features not associated with reproductive organs, mature in both males and females. LO9 summarize Piaget's description of cognitive changes occurring in adolescence. During the formal operational stage of cognitive development, adolescents begin to use deductive reasoning and logic to draw conclusions. A specific type of egocentrism emerges as adolescents tend to believe that others think the same way they do. because they have not had many life experiences, teens may not consider the long-term consequences of their behavior. LO12, describe how Erikson explained changes in identity during adolescence. The stage of ego identity versus role confusion occurs during adolescence and is marked by the creation of an adult identity. During this stage, adolescents try out different roles as they attempt to define their values, beliefs, and goals. Successful resolution of this stage results in stronger values, beliefs, and goals with a firmer sense of identity. LO13, examine Kohlberg's levels of moral development. Kohlberg proposed that there are 3 levels of moral development occurring sequentially over the lifespan. Pre-conventional moral reasoning usually applies to young children and focuses on the personal consequences of behaviors, both good and bad. At puberty, conventional moral reasoning is used with the determination of right and wrong based on the expectations of society and important others. In post-conventional moral reasoning, right and wrong are determined by the individual's beliefs about morality, which may not coincide with society's rules and regulations. LO14, define gender and explain how culture plays a role in its development. Gender refers to the feelings and behaviors that people and their culture associate with being male, female, or non-binary. We typically use the term sex when referring to biological status and gender to indicate the cultural roles and expectations that distinguish males and females. However, classifying people in such categories relies on the gender binary system, which fails to capture the entire spectrum of experiences. LO15, name several of the most important physical changes that occur across adulthood. We typically reach our physical peak in adulthood. We typically reach our physical peak in early adulthood and then decline as we approach late adulthood. Gradual changes occur, including hearing and vision loss, wrinkles, graying hair, reduced stamina, menopause for females, and reduced fertility for males. Lifestyle can have significant impact on health. Heavy drinking, drug use, poor eating habits, and sleep deprivation can make one look, feel, and function like someone much older. LO16, identify the most significant cognitive changes that occur across adulthood. Cognitive ability remains stable from early to middle adulthood, but midlife is a time when information processing and memory can decline. Particularly long-term memory processing speed may slow with old age. LO17 explains some of the socio-emotional changes that occur across adulthood. According to Erikson, we face the crisis of intimacy versus isolation during young adulthood. Failure to create meaningful, deep relationships may lead to a life of isolation. In middle adulthood, we face the crisis of generativity versus stagnation. Positive resolution of this stage includes feeling like we have made a valuable impact on the next generation. During the crisis of integrity versus despair, late adulthood, we look back on life and evaluate how we have done. Key terms: accommodation, adolescence, assimilation, attachment, authoritarian parenting, authoritative parenting, chromosomes, cohort effect, concrete operational stage, conservation, critical period, cross-sectional method, cross-sequential method, deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, developmental psychology, dizygotic twins, dominant gene, egocentrism, embryo, emerging adulthood, epigenetics, fetal alcohol syndrome, formal operational stage, gender, gender identity, gender roles, gender schemas, androgyny, transgender, gene, genotype, identity, longitudinal method, maturation, menarche, menopause, monozygotic twins, object permanence, permissive parenting, phenotype, preoperational stage, primary sex characteristics, puberty, recessive gene, scaffolding, schema, secondary sex characteristics, sensory motor stage, spermarchy, temperament, teratogens, uninvolved parenting, zone of proximal development, zygote. . Chapter 9, Motivation and Emotion. The time now is 7:40 p.m. Today is Sunday, July 5th, 2026. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.